we got all 3 trinkets. What's up, Spark? Probably do a cheap shot. Dodge this guy for cross. Hopefully my guy doesn't just die here. He'll bomb us. Get a big kidney. Pop the T. Pop the sepsis. Did a free Shadow Strike teleport. JK doesn't want to go off. Get clone. Might die in this. I have vanish in 2. No. Gouge Pally into a kidney. Fun this guy. Wall. Duel into a kidney. It's also just good defensively. We'll go back to Boomy for the kill. Blades everything. The most fucking damn. He bops. Swap this guy now, I guess. Get cloned. Probably bubbles to strangulate. I can gouge in 1 when that sack falls. Have a kidney out of that. Am I actually dead? No way. We had Spark starting us off strong with the 5 gift right off the bat. You got 4 set? Congrats, dude. You got tier in the vault finally. No, you get a catalyst charge every 2 weeks. So you have to hit at least 1 tier piece in vault and hit 1600 if you want to have 4 set right now. If you need 3 catalysts, it'll be week after next. So it's 12th. Quick monk in a sec. All AoEs go in and out of duel. Why'd my replicating not work this game? That's so weird. I'm really excited for Kata. I liked Wrath back in the day, and I liked Wrath on private servers, but I don't think Classic is a good indicator of it, because everyone just has pay-to-win PvE gear and all that, and it's not easy to get the PvE gear as a PvP player outside of selling boosts and then doing GDKP and waiting months of wasting hours every week, you know? And there's also just less RNG on private servers. Because the game wasn't as figured out and not everyone was a big enough degenerate to just always like put on tank gear every game. I tried to bomb the monk just for CC. Get blind off that. Trinket. Try to gouge his trinket, but he knows. Hopefully my Boomy doesn't die this global. He might. Eat all of the CCs. You got the cocoon on that? That's so damn bad. Might be dead here. Yeah. This should have been the freest 6-0 for me, but I kind of had to chase the monk a little too hard to get that kidney. Also, it was just a bad duel. I didn't think you would get life cocoon on it. Why are you playing Sod? I'm on Sod. I'm only like level 11, but it's incredibly boring. I played a little bit yesterday on my day off while I was doing like some IRL errands. I was like on hold for 2 hours trying to get something sorted. And I played a little bit. But, yeah, it's basically just vanilla WoW with Shadow Strike Teleport. That's basically all I have right now. It feels like 99% the same as vanilla. You just have, like, 1 or 2 extra abilities. Like, the PvE is, like, slightly different. But it's not really gonna, you know, be a PvE game. It's still gonna be all the resists and PvE gear and all that. I just triggered something, got dispelled. I felt so laggy this lobby. Shadow Abyss didn't work at all. So your damage was, you were losing like 30% damage. And then Shadow Strike wouldn't teleport you. And a few other talents didn't work. There's still like 10 other bugs. Only one of them is positive, and that's the Sepsis bug. Where it like buffs your Shadow Strike, even though it's not supposed to. Because the game thinks you're in stealth during it. But you don't really press Shadow Strike in those moments anyway, because you're just spamming Eviscerate. Getting into blind here. Maybe bomb so I could sap his trinket if he does trinket. Sap his trinket. Get our cheap shot off that. We love that bomb. Secret tech worth it? I haven't been playing secret. There's some cobalt in that bomb, dude. Give this guy combat for no reason. Try to cloak his coil. Pretty aggro of me to trinket like that, but nice clone. I wish I can gouge off that, but nice clone low. Nice, the end cap removes the dots. Maybe bomb and get a half sap. I'm Kinney in 5. No meld for this bolt now, a little scary. That was a really good grip. I have to go DK now because of it. Got his IBF. I have a Shadow Strike teleport to this guy. He gets bopped aggro. Can't stop these bolts because he has bop. I'll vanish so I don't die to air. Stun that heal. I can gouge off that. I have duel in 5 seconds. I have no damage for it, but cloak aggro just in case. I'm gonna bring it back, go to the bathroom real quick. I didn't expect the queue to pop. Pokemon music's going crazy. Yeah, this is my shuffle queue popped playlist. The whole point is just to go crazy while shuffle popped. But there's only like 20 songs in here. But yeah, we have to reserve that for when a shuffle pops. You gotta get hyped up after you wait like 9 hours to play the game, you know? But be right back. I'm gonna finish turning all the lights on and go to the bathroom and stuff. I only turned the stream on early because the queue popped. I didn't expect it to pop. So be right back like 1 minute. Toy for gold, here you go. And okay. What's the best skin for made for? What do you mean by skin? Like transmog? Yeah. We're 2.5 MMR on both my NA rogues, and we're over 2.4 in on EU as well in shuffle as sub. So I think sub is probably the best shuffle spec besides like Arcane Mage, maybe Demon Hunter too. I had some pretty crazy lobbies I might like watch that I recorded because I played like 2 games off stream last night. It was like my day off, and I just didn't want to do like a 1-hour stream, and I was just chilling. But I had some crazy lobbies. Like here was a. Figure we could just rewatch some of the old lobbies while we wait in queue, you know? Not pre-recorded, but as soon as you get a lobby that doesn't have like a rep pally in it, and you generally get 4 to 6 wins. Currently out of 20, goddamn. Yeah, this lobby was just me tab PVing literally everything. We just swap on the skin, we bomb this guy, get trinket skin as well, make sure I keep rupture on both of them. Actually, I just go for a blind go. Get like all 3 trinkets. Gouge his trinket late. Swap back to this guy because he's off stun DR. Had another kidney because of Vanish. The demo is just pumping everything the whole game. There's literally like 4 Trents out. Still incarn for a while. He fears it to peel. I still have to cloak. This is a weird lobby, actually. I know I 6-0'd this lobby, but it was like the most PvE. Like, it doesn't even feel like sub-rogue in this game. It feels like I'm playing Outlaw. Because it's just pure sustain damage with this build. So let me just go Shaman here. No trinket, no wall. Actually, I think he has wall, but... Oh, I don't go Shaman there. Let's go to VOD review and just kind of see my thought process sometimes. I guess I'm just like waiting for CC. Yeah. And now the guy just dies. Never mind, he's a tank. I know I was having fun the second half of the lobby. The first round looks so much more damp than I remember, because this was like a hype lobby for me. I was like, I felt so bad I didn't stream this. But I wasn't going to just turn my stream on for 1 Q pop and then turn it back off in the middle of the night, you know? I'm tempted, but... in Shuffle, I just always play.
But rather I'll show you the real life.
Oh, that's not too. I was watching a YouTube tutorial on something, but I'll just mute it. I don't want to get copyright since I'm streaming on YouTube. If I only have my audio split for fucking Spotify and that's it. Poisons? This is my VOD from yesterday. I'm like VOD reviewing because I'm in queue. It's that or I play SOD, but I'd rather watch a Shuffle of myself. Better sustain, the same or more burst, and not tied to cooldowns really at all. You're not like, oh, I have Gormon X go, or oh, I don't have Cold Blood. Like, you're just pumping every single time you have DRs. So it's just way smoother. I can't believe I actually survived that. That was like a high value cheat death. Usually I always just die through cheat death. Priest trinkets the blind into a full gouge, doesn't turn it or death it. And then I just DR cheap for more micro. I don't have duel for like a minute. I still have my kick. I just get clone. They're off stun DR in like 4. Well, the healer isn't, but I probably shouldn't dance the lock in this moment. I should just save it for the next kidney on healer dance boomkin. Doesn't really matter though, because we're just pumping them all the whole game. I overlap step kidney with that cat, the clone there. We just get a cheap shot off, I guess. He's just soloing the healer. I'm just keeping rupture on everything. I'm actually out damaging the Boomy and the Demo. The Ellie's like doubling everyone though. Tyrant actually isn't that scary anymore. That's the #1 debate about Demo. Obelisk still matters, but even if you like kick, stun, gouge Tyrant, Tyrant is like a very small percent of their damage, even if it casts. Like all that matters is the Felguard. Like I honestly should make a weak aura for, even though I hate weak auras, for when the Felguard is like blade storming or something. Like the Tyrant is more of a modifier for the other stuff, and then like you want to like make sure the pet isn't like blade storming on you, because the Felguard just trucks now. The Felguard is basically a perma Tyrant. Isn't it sucks for CC? What do you mean? Yeah, with this build you don't have that awkward moment. It's just way smoother. And you have infinite energy, so you can use duel way better too. Kidney off that. I think I still just micro the Tyrant anyway after I kill the Obelisk. Even though it's not really that valuable. We get the sap out of the stun blind. Swap back to this guy, no trinket. He gets gripped. He does grip the bomb. I got outplayed. Get coiled into fear. Priest is off stun DR in 2. I should just be looking to like step kidney him soon. They actually bashed instead. I don't know why that guy PS'd when he was like fine with Pact. But now we get the clone later. Probably shouldn't go into barrier like that either. I should just be AFK waiting on kidney DR for Priest and then just go lock again. Because he has no Dark Pact. But I mean, either way, we're just tap PVing. I wanted to go lock there, but he like cloned them. I'm just keeping up ruptures. Actually, the clone also like screwed me getting a rupture. And then he reclones my duel. That's so damn bad. Especially with like the delay. Like you had to time that pretty like after the fact even. And then I thought this was a 6-0, but I don't think I die here somehow. Yeah, cheat death. I don't know how cheat death actually saved me there too. And then the Boomy's just soloing the LE here. And I have a kidney for Priest. Into a clone probably. Actually it's clone DR for 5. I should have like babysit like gouging into the kidney if he didn't have Moonfire. You just blind LE to live. Our druid throughput, I'm fine at like 5%. The defensive bomb. I'm actually at tank for surviving that, but I mean I guess it is an R druid. Any other healer I would not be doing like 100k HPS like that. Especially because it's like 40% damp, and I just hovered at 10% forever. Before he even ironbarked me, like after the CC. We gouged luck for cross there when he got the all the CC on healer already. And he just falls over. Any bit of current opener? Depends of how likely you are to get peeled. It's usually like, if you're doing like a 1v1 and there's like no way you're gonna get peeled, then you would just do like blades, cheap shot, symbols T, abyss, into like sepsis, into secret, or another abyss if you're not playing secret. And then re-cheap shots. And if they are orc, you probably babysit the re-cheap shot before the second finisher. Sometimes I like to save sepsis too for a later go, even though it has good synergy with blades. Because you don't really Shadow Strike at all in the first go. And I like buffing the Shadow Strikes on another go. Oh yeah, I think this game the Druid just doesn't press any buttons and I just solo him. Or he's skinned, I guess, but yeah. Asa is definitely easier. It comes down to your definition of new. Are you good at the game from playing other classes, or like new to the game overall? Are you actually going to put in the effort and have like a good UI with weak auras and, you know, DR trackers, and you're actually going to try to learn the game? Or do you want to just PvE with your friends in arena for the immersion? You know, if you're not going to try to make any outplays and you want to just do damage, then play Asa. If you want to be a sweaty nerd, play Sub. There's actually a video game to learn. Asa's just going to be basically playing other classes. Tab growing that guy, tab growing this guy. Oh, nice. I kept up 85% uptime on Garrote. I did good DPS and we won on mana. And then we got J-Rack skipped in 3 more. Putting us at 8 already. Thank you so much, man. But yeah, if you've been multi-glot a few times, I would probably suggest just learning Sub right now. But there's also a high likelihood that Sub gets nerfed into the ground. So, but luckily you can gear Sub and Asa at the same time. So you can kind of have Asa as a backup plan. It's just you're not going to really learn the game on Asa. You're just going to learn the fundamentals of just like your damage rotation and, you know, kicks and stuff like that. Whereas Sub, you might actually learn setups and, you know, pre and a lot of other concepts. Like, being good at Sub will make you better at any other class in terms of, like, trying to recognize win conditions and stuff. But it can also make you worse at every class by just making you over-script it for no reason. When in reality, holding W and pumping is usually the best answer. Orc is the best for Sub v Sub. Night Elf is the best for Outlaw and Asa, and Sub in every other matchup. So, when in doubt, pick Night Elf. I don't think Human is good. Just doing that so it doesn't log me out. Speak for Frostmage. My honest opinion is play Arcane and get Foresight. I don't think Frost is good. Unless you're playing like some Omega Damp Wizard Cleave shit. Like if your whole identity is I want to play Mage Lock or Mage Ellie and just be bad and run around and just throw random AoE behind the pillar and stuff and play a 10-minute game and be like a shadow play gamer, then Frost is fine. But I think Ray of Frost and Glacial have too much counterplay. And I think there's just too much AoE stuff you're breaking CC with. You can control touch of the Magi a little better. I think in Arcane is just much more value to learn. It's definitely the best mage spec. Otter, thank you so much for the prime. Frost is just boring and most people don't know how to play it. Like you could put a good mage on Frost and I won't feel it as that bad. But like the average Frost mage is going to grief me way harder than the average other spec mage. But even if you put like a good player on Frost, they're probably going to get more value out of Arcane. Especially if they get the Force set. Like you can just randomly one-shot people as Arcane with tier. I think Sub-Arcane is probably actually the best variant of Rogue Mage right now. You just have the most ways to one-shot, and then you have the most damp. Where you can just break the enemy CC with the AoE barrier. Because Arcane Mage Armor or whatever is basically a relentless CC reduction for teammates as well as yourself. So if you like barrier like a sheep or something, you know, it gets basically like cut in half. I don't think it's triple DR, but so you can kind of make CC way shorter with that, and then you also can just mass invis CC, and like you can just be really, really annoying. And you're just more mobile. And you have better spell steal spam, which is very, very useful into rest of druids being every single game. How you keep your knees up like that? I'm 6'2". But yeah, it's just called having scoliosis, you know? Have a crooked spine and then sit in like L will be cozy. But yeah, I think if you are playing mage, I think play Night Elf. Generally is the most fun. There's just a lot of things you can meld. Secret tech if someone's playing it, rapid fire. What else is good? Other arcane surges for like mage v mage. Ray of Frost, you know, glacial, chaos bolts, coils. There's so much value you can get from meld. Also in Rogue Mage 2, so you can just like meld off of the invis in a good spot to hide. And then you can kind of wait till you get the perfect opener sometimes. I think Night Elf is just better. Well played. Yeah, that was a replay from yesterday. And then here was another lobby that I only got 2 wins. But this is a lobby before that one. We only got 2 wins here. This is the one I tweeted about, and everyone was like, where I was like, Subrook's not OP. I was like joking. But this lobby, I went from thinking I was like the best class by a mile, like 1v9. After this lobby, I'm like, okay, never mind. There's other OP specs. So we got an enhancement shaman with tier. We got an arcane mage with 4-piece. We got a marksman hunter with 4-piece. And then we have me on Subrook. And in this lobby, almost every single round, someone dies like 60-0 in 0.1. Like all 6 rounds. 2 of them are me through cheat death. I just blink and I'm dead. Like this is the most weird lobby of like ever. That's why I had to like tweet after this game. I didn't play this one as well as the other one though. Like I didn't really have much for this duel. This was like a desperation duel. So I was like seeing if he would like panic turtle or something. And then we don't have kidney for blind. I kicked that. Gouge off that. He sheared the poly. Usually I'd want to do the gouge before the kidney. Because then I don't have to like run back as soon. Yeah, the damage this lobby is crazy. Like, not the first round. This is like the only round where people actually pressed all of their buttons. And then like the last couple rounds, everyone just panic presses defensives at like 80%. Like there's a round where Seavarks literally just blocks at 70 because he thinks he's gonna die that global. And it was actually a good block. Like, that's how crazy this lobby ends up getting. This is the last game I'm gonna watch a replay of because these are the only 2 games I played off stream. Actually, I played a couple of Europe lobbies off stream, but I didn't record those. Nah, if you're human, you always play Medallion still. Especially as a mage, because you can blink stun. You need to be able to trinket other CCs to like save your teammate or save yourself. Honestly, I could have just vanished to kidney the monk there just to reset the CD. And then gone the shaman. I think stalling and then waiting on Hunter DR to just do a go on Hunter is probably too much. And then I still can't make up my mind if disarming Doom Winds is better than disarming True Shot. It probably is, I'm not sure. You try to get Life Cocoons there. And then I was going to gouge to swap the Shaman with Bomb. But I'm not even playing Bomb. I think I'm playing Bargain? Yeah. I think honestly in Shuffle I would drop Bargain for Bomb. There's just more win conditions I can hit with it. And then Sepsis doesn't kill him in Burrow even though he went to 2%. Then we have another Kidney for the healer. And 2. Rage gets lassoed. He blinks out of it. There's the Temporal. Kidney the healer for CC. Shaman's on DR for a sec. He ports the stun. I can't really just do a gouge into like half sheep just because of AoE Rupture here. AoE Rupture is so good in Shuffle, but it does kind of ruin some flexibility with that. He missed his Lake Sweep on me. And then I'm just randomly dying here. I have evasion, but I'm not pressing it because I'm being kind of greedy. DPS's me. I tried to kick that. He gets the YOLO sheep, but it breaks to something. I don't know. It might have just been his own touch to the Magic, so I was pretty far away. And then I have no disarm for this True Shot and Doom Winds, so I just vanish. He misses the flare on me. I get a Kidney. I could have maybe off cheap shot Shaman a little sooner. After the Hunter. Or even done the Shaman before the Hunter. Even though I risk getting scattered. And I think I just die this global through swap. And cheat death. There's the Death Chakram. I disarmed the Doom Winds. Oh no, this is one of the rounds we won. I only get 2 wins in this lobby. And I played this lobby way worse. I think rep is ass. What do you mean? I'm playing Shadow Dance. I dropped Shadow Focus for replicating. I also play No Secret Tech because I really value Weapon Master, Pre-Med, and First Dance. Because I liked all the combo points on like the non-Blades go. The main thing that replicating is good for is not really about how many ruptures you can get out. It's the fact that you can have finality rupture on both guys. Yeah, so let's rewatch that death, right? He's channeling rapid fire. He's at half HP. It's on our go. The guy just trinketed smoke bomb. Okay, this is just the mage channeling missiles, and you got like 50 odd from like 1 missiles. This one wasn't a 0.1. Like some of the other ones are crazier. I just want to see if he was actually healing. Or if he just got like microed or not. I didn't see if he got CC'd. Because he got the surge off. For a scatter on the healer. We get nothing out of it. I could have blinded off the scatter into a Kidney, I guess. If I wanted to be like hyper aggressive. Bomb, get the guy's trinket. Yeah, he's just not healing at this global, and he just dies to like 1 missile from full. And then here's the death log, right? Yeah, 48 to 0 and 0.5 to just 1 set of missiles. That's fine. Overlap comp points? I mean, it's fine if you overlap. Is the gist of it. I like 4 set on main, yeah. Nah, Gloomblade is terrible. Since you don't have lethality, even with Dark Brew, Gloomblade does like no damage. It's like a 20k Gloomblade. because you don't have lethality or versatility or perforated or rotten or like there's like 20 different modifiers because you're playing all around spenders and not builders. So like without like lethality and a bunch of things, it's not really worth it. I think this is around the enhancement one shots me. What's up? We're gonna play some SOD eventually. I'm like level 11. I played a little bit off stream on my day off while I was like waiting on it, you know. But right now we're also in a shuffle queue. So we're watching 2 shuffles that I played off stream. We watched the 6-0 to 2550 MMR. And then now we're watching the 2-win one where everyone kept getting one shot and just trying to see that Sub Rogue is not the only OP spec in the game, you know? Everyone acts like we're the only spec in the game that can kill anything. And then shit like this happens through cheat death. I don't even think that's Doom wins. He just gets a proc? Or that's not even a proc. The 180 lightning bolt. The 110 aim shot. Can't really see what else hit me. It was like 340 of lightning bolt. Primordial wave lightning bolt, yeah. I need to like track that better. I thought cheat death would do something instead of me just taking literally 500k damage in a global on my go through cheat death. $300 something of it being the shaman and like 180 being the hunter. Honestly, just hitting the monk here is probably good instead of like chasing. It's good to like just get pressure on both. And then disarming there's fine because he doesn't have true shot for a minute anyway. I wanted to gouge healer, but he had a random priest dot. He just cocoons high even though I'm not doing anything. I have to play gouge in 3s. Yeah, you can like gouge when a healer trinket's blind. Yeah, Shadow Finishers is fixed and the Shadow Strike teleport is fixed. And the Abyss build is like actually insanely OP. It was a way bigger deal than I thought it was going to be even. But it's not like the only OP spec. Like it's up there with like DH and like Arcane with 4-set. Marksman with 4-set. And then all the pet specs like Demo and BM are still really broken. Unholy DK is still really broken. But Unholy DK doesn't really smurf hard carry like Sub does, or DH does, or Arcane does. It's just easy to play with, you know, infinite damage and tanky. I think Sub is greater than Outlaw. It went from the weakest of the 3, but still like low S to like S plus top 3. Or like top of the 3 rogue specs, I mean. I think it's better than Outlaw now. And you basically play it kind of similarly to Outlaw. You do like crazy sustained damage. I don't know how I ended up not having disarm for this. So I think my last disarm before this one was kind of bad. Hopefully we get a shuffle pop though by the end of these. Otherwise we're gonna have to start playing SOD. Because I don't have that many other ones recorded. Right now I'm trying to play my Outlaw Rogue as sub. Just to get a quicker queue. But even the 2200 queue is still really long. And we bomb for another sap there. He has no trinket. Dropping T for acrobatic. It's possible, but I wouldn't do it. There's so much value from T. Can I still play Gorma with Secret Tech or not? I mean, you can. I don't want to, though. I don't think it's good. Like, everyone's just panic using CDs now because everyone's just died 0.1 this entire lobby. I wanted to get a half sap there, but I couldn't. Can vanish for another kick here, possibly, into a kidney. JK, I just get microed forever. I need to cover enhanced so they don't have to worry about grounding. I also wouldn't have got lassoed if I just cheap shot shaman from that vanish. And if we got a trap there, mage probably would have died here, no block. He gets topped with ultimate radiance just going into the bomb. I could have maybe kicked that. Try to get a slow on him, but I'm not playing Shiv. I proc crippling. He life swaps. I was hoping to like scare another like paints up or something out of him, but he didn't even have it, I don't think. I should have saved the sepsis. I thought it would help like 20 of him though. Man, why does it say the healer did 75k? For some reason I thought I saw 75 million, but that wasn't the case. Yeah, I almost kept up with the arcane on damage. Most of it just being replicating rupture on everything. But that is your world class in real life. I mean, I don't think I got it. Fuck. I almost had the ninja on the chest. I'm on the Crusade one or whatever. I don't know. I looked at what other streamers were playing on. I think Crusader Strike or something. Honestly, I don't intend on playing it for more than a couple days or a week. It's just something to do in between. Dude, my haters not like yoinked 20 different variants. They took Nahj, Nahj X, Nahj Y, Nahj Ski. They just went to my full-on check PvP of all of my alts. It was fucked up. I'm sorry my go live notification was still tied to 2v2, but the problem I've had with SOD though is like I shouldn't have gone on this big of a server. It's literally the same as like day one vanilla coming out where you're just fighting like 20 mob taggers for every mob. And you literally have to just camp the same mob. You can't kind of free roam and do anything you want. Because it's just so overpopulated. Shiv less than Recuperator. I like Shiv, it's fun. But Shiv is more up against Unbreakable Stride. You can generally take Recuperator with where Rush setup actually was. Like, I could still take Shiv and be Recuperator. This was actually useless, and I forgot I was spec'd it. Because with T, you have, like, infinite energy anyway. You know they're haters? I mean, why else would they, you know, try to screw me over? I have a lot of people that just try to troll me all the time. Yeah, hopefully we can get some Q pops. If not, we'll go to viewer twos if like viewership kind of stays low or something. I don't know. Depends on what you guys actually want to see. So I'm not the biggest hype beast for vanilla, you know. Like I'm sure viewer twos is probably more fun. It's just I've done so much viewer twos lately. Well, the goal is to queue some shuffles, so. So that'll be Biss. I mean, maybe if they ever add anything to it. Like, obviously they're going to keep raising the level cap and adding more raids and shit, but I don't really care about PvE or leveling. All I care about is PvP. I don't think they're going to put Arena in this. And even if they put Arena in this, it's still not enough abilities, and it's still going to have resists. Like, as long as there's a resist in the game, it's, like, unplayable for me. I don't really like gambling. Like, Kata is where retail and classic will kind of merge together. Probably. But hopefully they'll put more retail stuff into Kata. Like, I would even be okay with rogue nerfs if they just rebalanced Kata. And even just said, yo, no PV gear allowed. Like, because if it just goes live how Kata actually was, kind of, I just won't play Dragon Soul. I don't want to deal with PV. But the first 2 seasons will be really good. They got Aramis or Hermes, either one. Sorry if I butchered it. Thank you so much for the gifted. Waking me up. Hopefully that makes the Q pop. little support. I mean, I appreciate it, man. We're at 411 subs overall. We're almost actually at the 500 to force me to edit something. They're not like a... Oh, there is. He doesn't have bags, just the one in gold share. It's kind of annoying. Mostly PvE. I mean, I'm okay with BG Blitz, actually. Just because of the unattackable nodes and the guaranteed res timers and the mount speed and the shadow sights and like the cooldown reset power-ups and the stealth for non-stealth classes and all that. You have enough stuff going on that it's, you know, different. The only problem is you can never truly balance a BG solo queue like that, just because whatever like lobby gets better PvE classes will always steamroll the other one. Like if someone's got access to like multiple DH boomy lock DKs, you know, they're gonna run over the team that has like rogue warrior, right? Like some classes can team fight and some classes can't. Especially when an MMR is involved. If it's like rank 1 versus casual, then yeah, obviously like some players can persevere through their class. But if the players are at similar ratings, certain classes will just be better at that than others. Unless you like count range as a different role than melee. I mean, Rogue is like a cheesing objective class. You go for like a ninja node or something like that, you know? And then even though your team lost the team fight, you know, or you're dragging 2 people to answer you, which means now your team is in like a, you know, 6v5 or whatever. That's kind of your goal. Oh, we got a shuffle. But it's not like you get to always partake in the team fight and stuff. I don't know. I think there should be more types of solo content. There should be double DPS, like solo queue, and then shuffle should also be scrapped and be like a best of one, not switching teammates. It'd be a much better system. I think 2s is required as something to do while you wait on a healer for 3s. Like a double DPS solo queue while you wait on 3s while also having more world content. Like World PvP Island with duels that reset your CDs. So you can just spam duel someone while you wait or something like that. Double DPS 2s while you duel someone while you world PvP while you sit in a real queue for 3s. Like you should always be having something happening. There should be no dead time. Is Sepsis really that good? It's not really about Sepsis. The Ellie's not an orc, so we're gonna go Ellie. Also, he pre-earthed in the lock. Got Trinket Wall. We can Shadow Strike teleport because of the Sepsis. Actually, we'll just hold on to it, maybe. I cloaked. Getting this guy into a blind. Bomb in case he trinkets to make sure I get the sap. Maybe sap the trinket. Sap this trinket. Duel, maybe? Oh, I don't already dueled the opener. Picked Sphere. Get my ruptures back out. There's no trap for 5, so I have to wait on kidneying healer. Maybe I could step kick healer though. I get pounced. I get DR lasso. I just trigger this. Gets a nice trap. Pop T and everything. The most stam. Maybe I can go get a half sap. Still railing this guy. He misses the link. I kill it before he gets back in. Gotta strike teleport to this guy because of sepsis. Big T of this. JK, I get CC'd. Try to kill the static field. A little scary for my hunter. He has turtle, but he might just die no trinket because he's getting bolted. He's Ross, but he's not turtling. I mean, I might just tab die now. I cloak. The pre-earther is ending. We kidney and just try to do a go. Oh, you just get soloed. 3 shamans in 1 arena, goddamn. Well, the thing is, like, the average PvPer is not getting a 9-hour shuffle, right? That's only if you're, like, top 10 of your region MMR. If you're, like, 2450 instead of, like, 2550, then you're probably going to get a 40-minute to an hour and a half lobby, which is not much better, but it's really dumb that being 50 to 100 MMR higher equals 9 times the queue time, though. You should really just get a lobby that's lower than you where you lose points even if you win. Because you're higher MMR than your opponent anyway. But like, it shouldn't be that finicky on who the game pairs you up with. Try to step kick that, but blind, I don't have blind off that. I'll gouge, I guess. Okay, I get lasso DR. Gouge now. Guess I'm cloaking. Guess I'm hellstoning. Guess I'm dying through every other CD in the book. Kidney off that CS. Pick that. Gouge off that. Why are you not playing Sod? I will try it. I've already played it to like level 11 and it feels 90% the same thing as classic WoW. It's like, oh wow, I have a Shadow Strike teleport. Oh yeah, I'm still grinding 500 quest mobs for 1 quest. And having to play hours per level up in a game, you know, with no PvP.
Can you tell me which talents you suggest into V2 with Rogue Mage?
I play this build into literally everything, except for you move replicating to like shadow focus, I guess. World PvP isn't PvP, and game with resists isn't PvP either. It's PvEing another player with no stakes for no rewards, sure. With no ranking. Time invested does not equal skill or improvement. AFKing Alterac Valley in vanilla did not make you a good PvPer. They could give you High Warlord, but you didn't really do anything. You just wasted a lot of time. You didn't improve or anything along the journey. Step behind the Chaos Bolt so it doesn't go off. Meld the next Chaos Bolt. Pick Shaman if he ever casts. He War Masteries. Honestly, I dueled at War Mastery. It's a free peel for myself. And it lets me stall the DRs a while. Kill the static. Help him kill the grounding. Kidney Shaman in 1. I'm gonna gouge first because he's not flame shocked yet. Then I'll kidney off that. And now he's gonna get tab flame shocked. And I don't care because I already did my gouge. He links, but he missed it. I still get coiled and don't have time to kill it. I get lassoed now in my dance. And my blades too. I have evasion and cloak. Kidney Shaman into a blind. He trinkets it. Gouge his trinket. Bullet bomb this. Stun the fear. Kill the static. Kidney Shaman next global off that kick. Am I dead randomly? How are we dead, man? I've had the healer in CC for 10 seconds with them at like 5% HP. Like, press any button. Guys, kick kidney blinded at like fucking 10%. Like, how does this guy not throw one meatball? Guy needs an Ellie bot or something. Could I find good mages? Europe. There's not many on NA. The only good ones on NA are tournament players that never queue ladder. Did we sap trinket? Blind in 1 when it's off DR. Why didn't I queue ladder? Because they don't like it. I don't really play Counter-Strike now. Or, oh, you mean on Classic? Yeah, I'm on Crusader Strike. Nahj IE. Because someone else took like 5 different variants of my name. We randomly gave him combat, so I can't sap off that. Trying to kill the second static, I'm just energy starved. Trying to kidney, but my hunter's gonna die without turtling. Stop the lasso, hopefully he presses turtle. Bomb, so he just got a gapping on the trap. He ports out of the bomb. He does a DR into him. Still gets the trap though, so I love to see it. I'm still just railing this guy the most damn. Take it. Might be dead here. Yeah. If I just stopped the lasso or anything, I had meld and vanish and cloak really soon. Might not playing it, because I don't really like vanilla WoW, but I'll play it a little bit. Well, Nahj got sniped, Nahj X got sniped, Nahj Y got sniped, Nahj Ski got sniped. Pretty much every character on my check PvP. People are pretty crazy about it this time around. People didn't really care in Wrath and TBC Classic that much. You might get taken on like one variant, you know? People don't usually go all the way down to check PvP on every ult out of spite. Like, that's pretty crazy. Talk about true crime, what about it? Oh, you came in with jeans on? So I just finally got a new phone. For whatever reason, I had a mini for the last couple of years, even though I regretted it, and I finally got like a Samsung, you know, Galaxy Ultra. And the new phone is like 3 times bigger than my old one, and it doesn't fit in my sweatpants. Nothing in real time. Yeah, the build is insane. I've been like 6-0ing everyone on Europe with it, even. Like, we're definitely getting gutted really soon. Pretty cheap, so you can go for chap or something. Dueling, because this guy never goes for CC. Oh, we're not even... Oh, I'm the one that's fried. I'm playing with an Ellie. I thought the hunter was on my team for some reason. Never mind, never mind. Vanilla already fried my brain in less than an hour. Bomb that heal because someone else gave him precog. It was the only way to stop the ore mastery. Blind his trinket late. It was nice. I'll gouge off that. Should be lethal. Only a 3 win for that long of a queue is kind of down bad. Told WoW now it's over. No, it already ended when Calvish decided to play double rogue into Sea-Doo. We're already getting a minus 90% nerf. We're going back to TBC after that one. Play some Outlaw Shuffle? I mean, I have Outlaw gear on this character. It's just... I don't know. Sub is so much more fun right now. What did CG say? He was complaining the whole time about Sub Rogue as usual, you know? But then they also played with each other, like, after. While Cal was, like, on DH, and then they were playing, like, DH Sub Rogue or something. It was a pretty cool sesh. I mean, if you look at the, like, the graphs of burst damage in Arena... There's a chart of like other specs having more burst still. And then Enhance is point wanting people, Marksman is point wanting people, Arcane with Foresight is point wanting people. DH still does double everyone's dam. DM and like Demo and BM are like the only specs in the game that do like sustained damage. Like in general, the pacing is actually really fast right now. It's weird because on the PTR it was like the biggest dampening fest ever. Maybe like damage just was not scaling with gear at all. But I think this is like the wrong type of damage for PvP still. I like that Subro can do sustained damage right now and that it's all about eviscerate. I hate flag, I hate secret tech. I hate Kyrian. Like, it feels very smooth right now. I hope like if they nerf it... I was not even looking at my health because I was like just reading chat the whole time. If they nerf it, I hope they just like nerf T, and maybe like Blades itself. Because usually when Blades kills someone, it has like 500 entries on details, and it looks like an enhancement shaman with like, you know, flame tongue over and over again. Like I think like Blades can do like a 10-20% nerf, and then you can like have T in PvP or something. Then I could actually drop like T for acrobatic too. It would be more balanced. I would have more fun. It'd be less clunky, you know. But honestly, T is so fun to sub. It just helps you like have so much more extra energy to just do more things. It's like a $300, or it's like a $200 to $300 attachment. It's like a bar like this wide with like 3 little camera lenses on it, and you like adhesive it to your monitor basically. And then yeah. How many runes do you have? Just 1. I didn't really get any quests for new ones yet. I don't think the tier set's that big of an issue. It's a 35% chance to do like 40 to 80k more damage out of like 900k to 1.2 million. I think the issue is just Blades. Because if you get a tier set proc, Abyss is proccing Blades, Shadow Abyss is proccing Blades, and then the tier set is proccing Blades. And basically Blades is just dumping on people. And on top of that, like, Blades is like a 1-minute CD because of Bargain. Like, it's really stupid that, you know, it's like a 1-minute CD incarn level threat. But I like how much combo points it gives you. So, like, I hope they just nerf the damage of Blades, but not, like, the, you know, combo points of it. I think that would be fair. And then maybe nerf T as well. Like, if they nerf the Gormaw build even more when the Gormaw build is obviously terrible. Like, if they just nerf Abyss, I'm going to be pissed. Because that just nerfs every build. Even the ones that aren't viable. Should get tuning notes today. Generally, they announce on Friday, but I think they did a post earlier where they said there's just going to be a bunch of changes on the 5th or whatever, but maybe they're just not going to tell us till the day of. Let me see if I can find it. I just see a bunch of sod posts, so I can't find it. I can't find it right now, but they said there was going to be a lot of PvP changes on like the 5th. They just didn't say what. So we're probably going to get dudded. I like 4-piece on sub right now because it buffs the 2-piece by like 20k. So like getting an occasional 80k like Abyss 30% of the time is not bad. And you like the thing is like, even if you're not playing secret tech, because the 4-piece buffs secret by 10%, it's probably still just worth it because I want the crit anyway. Because I value Versa so little. I'm even gemming Mastery crit, and I'm gonna craft Mastery crit rings as well. I'm basically cutting all my stonks in Versa because I'm not playing Gormaw. Backstab is terrible. I'm not playing Lethality. I'm not playing Rotten. Why would I care about like a 60k Shadow Strike out of like a million HP, you know? I mean, they're probably gonna go hard on DH too. But yeah, it's crazy that like not enough people are bitching about marksman 4-piece or arcane 4-piece. And then enhancement can do some crazy things with primordial wave. Like you can just eat multiple 180s the same global. Like just double 180 lightning bolt, fall over kinda. Through cheat death. Enhance does just die. Enhance is not anywhere near sub-rogue or arcane. I would say sub, arcane, and DH are the best 3 DPS. And a marksman. Like the 4 best DPS. By a decent bit. Outlaw? Maybe later. I've just been feeling sub, you know? I like the stock. Also, I want to just be really practiced on sub for the shuffle tournament on Saturday. And my other 3 rogues are too high to get a Q pop. I'm 2.5 MMR on EU and 2550 MMR on NA. So both my rogues that are geared for sub just can't play shuffle anymore. So I have to play my outlaw rogue as sub rogue to get a Q pop. So I have like a crit helmet with a secondary crit proc. And I have a crit offhand, even though it's slow offhand is bad. Because I lose a lot of energy and comp points. The top one, just T big of this. And then you can move Shadow Focus to replicating. Like I've been playing no secret. You also can drop Shadow Focus for secret tech. But secret tech is just way more RNG. If you crit the secret tech not playing Cold Blood, it can be a 400k secret and be insane. But at that point, why aren't you comparing that against Eviscerate crits that are also insane? And I think Eviscerate's just more consistent because you proc Finality more. And you have a chance to proc your tier set more. So that's much more boring. I agree. It's just something to do between queues. But I mean, I guess I could do more viewer 2s. It's just, I want to give it a genuine chance. Even though I already knew this is what it was going to be going into it. It's just, if it's really bad for my sub count and my view count, obviously I'll drop it quicker, because some people can stream it and I can't. You have to be a certain type of streamer, and your audience has to already be catered to that. This is like one of the last few retail safe havens left. It's really like just me, Aegis, Foxy Llama, and like Sturge left at this point. That normally play the game. So, there's not many people left that still play real WoW. You know what I mean? Pika's on SOD too. So I shouldn't even count myself right now. But in general, I get worse viewers streaming this for sure. Because that's how Classic in general was for me. If you're not like a full-on Classic degenerate that can just be like happy-go-lucky the whole time and get excited about nothing, of like, I got a green belt! Dude, I got a bag! I got a 6-slot bag! Let's go! You know, if you can't do that the whole time. That killed my throat. Holy shit. If you can't like channel that kind of energy and just like be boomer relatable the whole time, you know, for me it's just like this is completely mind numbing and it comes across in my overall vibe because I just don't know how to be fake. Literally, my throat was just like, no, fuck you. Be real, don't be fake. Holy shit, that hurt. Is water true? Yeah, I get it that we're like one of the last few retail people. So this won't be a long thing for me. This is just me trying to get to level 25 at least once. So I can, you know, truly say I tried. And then be like, nah, it's basically vanilla with one extra ability. You haven't seen my Maestro impersonations then, Numero. When I pull out the weights and I just fucking seizure my arm. Some of the best form you'll see on Twitch, dude. Oh my god, this cape has one more armor. Whoa. No, not kidding. I don't know how people do it, man. Like, how do you not, like, be invested in your actual, like, gameplay and abilities? Like, just random knowledge of, oh yeah, we're gonna run this dungeon tomorrow and get this random blue item for, like, a 0.3% increase. Oh, yep. Like, I don't know. I guess I used to get immersed by that kind of shit in RuneScape and like WoW like decades ago, but I don't feel like it's ever aged well for me. He's RZN, he still tweets a lot. He's not QA. He's like a senior dev on like the Call of Duty team now randomly. But yeah, he's a chill dude. We follow each other. I just haven't interacted with him in a long time. Yeah, RZN underscore Mike. He's the Live Ops multiplayer senior QA lead. That's his title. He's owning. A lot of the WoW people have been owning too with like getting into good spots. Like I remember when Soda used to just be not Soda Poppin, but like the Ardred that played with the Recful and stuff all the time. He used to just be like a normal QA, and now he's like one of the class designers for like Provoker and Priest. Like he came up with the new like Ultimate Radiance thing or Penitence. Even though I just call it Ultimate Penance. Someone has the job title Senior Job Title Maker Upper. True, it needs the second . Yeah, I did computer networking and I regret it. I forgot most of what I learned too. I did like a couple like MSP IT gig jobs and then I was just miserable. Yeah, they definitely like underpay a lot. A lot of like places are like that, sadly. If they just know people want to work somewhere there, people will always get exploited in that. Would you ever get a real job again? I mean, considering I make less than minimum wage, I probably have to soon. This is a good month for me, and I'm probably on par for making about $1,800 this month. Granted, that's because the last 2 months of the year are like triple the advertisement value, and it's still above normal despite taking a week off for BlizzCon. I took 6 days off. So I'm only at 150 hours this month because I basically missed the 2nd through like the 7th. So for missing like 5 days and then still being at 150 hours is not that bad. Because considering I'm generally at around 180 to 200 hours a month for $1,500 on most cases, or sometimes even $1,300. Like, if I was like alone, I definitely wouldn't be able to live on what I make. Like, my girlfriend makes a lot more than I do, but even with her income, we're still just paycheck to paycheck. Because I make less than just what our rent is before car and phone and internet and food and, you know. Yeah, I mean, that's just because it's a new patch, right? It generally starts out as like a couple hundred viewer Andy every patch of people wanting to like learn. And then it kind of falls off. I have more on my cards than I do in my checking, and I have no savings. I don't think I'm rich. Maybe I'll get an inheritance in like a decade if my grandparents, you know, don't you know, get scammed out of all of it, but it will not, you know, be that much still. But definitely not like from the bottom, you know. But I don't think I could. I don't think I don't want them to ever, you know, like they're saints and they raised me more than my parents. It's just, it sucks watching the medical issues they have right now helping them so much. But even if they went like splitting it 3 ways with my mom and my uncle, like I would probably only be getting like 1 or 200,000, which is life changing eventually. And I don't want it to ever come into fruition. But I'm lucky I will have that eventually someday, even though I don't, you know, want them to ever go. But you know, that's not like a I won the lottery type situation. But it's definitely better than some people that get nothing, you know. And I'm not gonna plan my life around that. Like the goal is to dig myself out of this debt on my own, you know. Because right now, student loans are paused because I make so little money on the IPR that I don't actually have to pay my student loans for another year or two. And then I still have like 20K on those when I do start paying them. And then right now my cards are just higher than my actual stuff. And then I'm recovering from BlizzCon and I want to get a new computer. But, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, right now I probably have more on my cards than I do in checking with no savings. But that's because everything hit at once. BlizzCon, I had to change the transmission and tires on my car. And then I also ended up like right before that, you know, getting like a new phone and stuff like that. So it was just like really, really bad timing. So it went from like having a couple thousand cushion to like negative on the paycheck to paycheck, like being like, oh. Because usually I always at least keep my cards to where I don't get interest. Because interest rates are just insane. But I had to have some interest on one of my cards last month. For like the first time in like the last like 8 years. I mean, I'm not trying to get banned for boosting, you know. If it's like VOD reviews type stuff, I might need to just pull like the majority of like arena player streamer strats and just being like exclamation point coaching and you know, just start doing fucking crazy amounts of VOD review. My solo shovel for the win, I get 10-15 max. That's based on MMR. So matchmaking rating is way more important than your actual rating. Like right here, the MMR. That's what the game thinks you're at already. So if your MMR is above your rating, even if you lose, like if you're 2200 MMR and you're 1800 CR, you could go 06 and not even really lose rating. You just lose hundreds of MMR. Yeah, I don't know. The goal is like the whole multi-streaming thing and BlizzCon in general inspired me to take like content creation way more seriously. I'm gonna try to do TikTok stuff and YouTube shorts. I just need to learn how to edit better and like AI thumbnails and stuff. But yeah, generally if you go 3-3 and your MMR is kind of close, you'll break even. But as long as you're going like 4-2, you're generally gaining a handful of MMR and a decent amount of points. But if you want to climb, you generally need to be consistently going 4-2. Yeah, it's a little bit of gambling because of just how classes work. Right now, Sub-Rogue is OP enough that it's less gambling because you even beat Warrior right now. And I haven't seen that many Augs, actually. Like, the only thing that's kind of hard is Demo in certain combinations where you don't run at the Demo. Like, if there's 3 melee running at the Demo, you're fine. The only thing that's hard is Ret Pally. And that's only if you get a good Ret Pally who's, like, Vanguards. And then on top of that, like, that's only because ladder shuffle is no voice. Like, the shuffle tournament with voice will be very different. But maybe that's a double-edged sword where people will actually play better against Sub with voice. So I don't know. Because usually shuffle's just a fiesta, everyone overlaps their cooldowns, and then you just cheese someone in like Bomber Duel or something. But the shuffle tourneys are very different because they have voice. It's not something you can kind of, you know, devil's advocate about. It's just... Are you still pro? I do compete in tournaments, yeah. We got 7th place overall in Season 1 AWC. For like the whole Gauntlet, regionals and all that kind of thing. And then Season 2, we got 9th, so we didn't make Gauntlet. We lost our spot literally the last fucking second to some team that just made it all in one cup. Because they had like a top 3 like push. Laros and them just out of nowhere Hail Married it. Had a really, really good run. Yeah, Torpid's been doing crazy stuff. He was really chill to hang out with at BlizzCon too. But yeah, we did, you know, we've been switching teams almost every season. And, I mean, maybe if I could find a good team, I'll play next season. It's just most people I know are either banned from, like, coaching and stuff, or they just don't have the time, or they're just too much of a streamer and they don't really want to, like, take that much time to, like, practice off stream and stuff, which I'm okay with having a YOLO get 4th place streamer team if the people are good. It's just, you know, it's hard to find 4 streamers like that. You know, that all have the same goal. Because no one ever really wants to practice on ladder because it's a very, very different game. And most people don't really ever want to stream wargame practice. I don't think Zaryu's ever really tried to. He's always joked that he would if, like, Pika would invite him, but Pika's always had a full team for, you know... Ever since the Jamili era ended, you know, with Pika. He's been with Wiz and Sturge and Jelly since, you know. Like, I think since, like, late WoD, or was it just Legion? That it stopped being the Pika Jaw Starship train, you know. The Arizona thing got scratched in, like, Legion. But yeah, that screwed me, Mitch, and a bunch of people. Because the way that worked was, there was like 5 states in like Arizona, Maryland, Connecticut, North Dakota, and I think like Vermont or something, that just couldn't play because of gambling laws. And then I think in Canada, I think like Quebec couldn't play. There was some weird shit. I think in Europe, like, Denmark couldn't play. And I know there was a lot of Arizona people that, like, just went and temporarily got an ID in a different state and just were like, here's my California ID, even though they lived in Arizona. But I was not in a spot where I could do that with my life. But they got rid of that, like, 10 years ago. That was just for, like, mop and WoD for, like, my prime. What in the Nokia Nintendo 64 is this? It's Season of Discovery. while I sit in a shuffle queue. I mean, I could do some viewer twos. It's just people have been wanting me to play this, even though I'm not really about questing or leveling or PvE. But supposedly there's, you know, PvP at max level. It's basically vanilla WoW, but you get one extra ability. Well, you get up to 3 like passives or abilities with like this whole like rune system thing. And then but for the most part it's like 90% vanilla. It's just like you have a couple retail abilities in the game, like Shadow Strike or Pistol Shot, or mages can randomly be healers, and warlocks and rogues can tank. Yeah. It's basically still vanilla, which it's not really my cup of tea. So I don't really care about RNG or resists, you know. I was hoping to gouge bandage there and then health pot, but I'm probably gonna die. Oh, he's immune to gouge, actually. That's awkward. I thought jumping downstairs I'd actually be able to run. Hemotoxin on Asla? I don't, generally. No, we're still trying to play shuffles. That's why we're playing my lowest rogue, because we are 25, 50 MMR on my main and 25 MMR on my alt, and then we're 25 MMR on Europe as well. So like the problem we have right now is almost all of our rogues are like kind of too high to play in shuffle. I'll just get like a 6-hour queue, and then there's a shuffle tournament coming up literally tomorrow. So normally I would just viewer twos, but the goal is, you know, try this so I can have an opinion about it, and then hopefully do well in the tournament tomorrow. But I'm kind of just autopiloting through it. I've been really zoned out with just... Oh, we finally got a pop? How much, like, a full server is at, like, actually getting tags. It's really obnoxious. It's like day 1 vanilla, where you just have to camp the same mob against, like, 5 people trying to tag it. I've seen the new legendary in Axe and Arena. I have not. I've seen a screenshot of it in PvE, where the charge did, like, 300k damage. Like, Big Moran had a tweet about it. Hopefully, you know, it gets like gutted in PvP, but even if it gets gutted, it's still an extra 10 item level on a weapon, which is a huge deal. Especially if they let people use that in tournament realm, because I think dragons got to use the legendary on tournament realm. I'm not sure though. I quit that season, Haven, in Tyrannical, because FMP was such bullshit. I did not really want to play that season. It's like one of the only elite sets I don't have all of it. I only have like 3, like half the set. D&D'd out. Rogues out. Storm Rogue out of that. Maybe go Druid out of that? No, I think I just stay Rogue. Hopefully this breaks. It's random DK stuff. It doesn't. Start Rogue again. Get Rupture on everyone else. Go back to the Druid in a sec. Stun Rogue off, mate. You can still play Secret. You basically would drop Replicating for it, or Shadow Focus for it. And then if you wanted Replicating on top of that, you would drop like First Dance. But I think it's more RNG. I think it's more consistent to play without Secret. If you get a tier set proc, you actually do more than with a Vis. And then on top of that, I just don't like the idea of breaking CC, and I also like the idea of getting more finalities. And I also hate when people like meld their burrow or, you know, vanish secret tech. There's so many abilities that just make it stop working. And it's obnoxious. Oh, he just finished the druid, okay. I'm playing on the Crusader Strike one or whatever. Yeah, because of the Maestro. Best build for sub? The same build. Even if you have no tier, even if you're playing Rogue Mage 2s, this is just the most smooth build. You're not bottlenecked by Gormaw's cooldown, you're not bottlenecked by Cold Blood's cooldown. You have, you know, just some good old-fashioned eviscerates. You know, it's smoother. Should have gone back disarm, but it's fine. Poor guy just gets ran out, dude. Do you work out at all? Only when I'm impersonating the Maestro and I'm just saying, like, this is how he lifts weights, you know? Only when I do that, really. I mean, I have a gym at my apartment, but I'm too busy. I want to, but, you know, between helping family with my grandparents with all their medical issues, you know, my girlfriend, wanting to do the YouTube, and a bunch of other fiascos and stuff, I've just, as soon as I'm done streaming, I'm exhausted for the day, and I just have not gotten as much done as I would like. I wish I could, like, learn coding or, like, learn Chinese from my girlfriend or something, you know, but I just don't have enough time, and I wish the day was, like, twice as long. Oh, he actually did drop combat there for a sec. I didn't think he was going to. Meld for a Shadow Strike teleport maybe? Nah, I'm just have to peeling the DPS. This could be the one round we lose. So I didn't get to actually bang the druids. This guy did waste skin though. Restun druid for CC. Well, he just spell barrages them all down. We'll take it. I mean, just eating better instead of eating fast food and microwave meals. The last like 2 years I've been living with my girlfriend. Like the first 5 months I lived with her, I gained like 40 pounds. I went from like 6'2", 130 to like 170. Now I'm back down to like 155, but which is still kind of underweight. But the thing is, I can't really stream 5 hours a day. I already make less than minimum wage. I generally stream 6 days a week for 6 to 9 hours a day. So, and even 6 hours is pretty short. Ideally, I would do like 5 hours a day, or 5 days a week instead of 6 days a week, and take Sundays off. That's one of the days my girlfriend has off, and then like just do like 8 to 10 hour days consistently. But there are just some streams where I'm just dead at 6 hours, so I can't go 8 to 10. So I have to do 6 days a week to cover the days I just can't go long enough. I think if there was like more, you know, content in the game and there wasn't queues and, you know, if it wasn't viewer twos every day, or like if I had like, you know, more world PvP kind of content and I could go 8 hours without being fried, I would definitely do a 5 day a week model instead of a 6 day a week model. Yeah, I'm in the tourney tomorrow. Ads play a big deal with that, and you get more subs by streaming more. Like, if you don't get at least like 15, 20 subs a day, you're generally losing subs that are expiring from the previous month. Because not every sub auto renews, right? You have to keep replacing subs at the rate you're losing them. They got backstabby with the prime? Thank you so much, man. And then I think I missed X cries somehow. Or I think I answered the text to speech, but I didn't type you up. But I was saying basically the same sepsis build for anything. Rogue Mage 2s, 3s. What's up, Energize? Why do you think big streamers never take days off? Because you can see it in your analytics. It's not like a normal job where you get PTO. Unless you like guilt trips like someone that's like a huge supporter or something and you get a giant dono to go away or something. Then you don't get PTO. Yeah, we got the new alerts finally. Shuriken Storm's just more efficient than backstabbing or gloom blading. Because you want to have it's just more energy and combo points per global. And we got Energize resubbing himself. Thank you so much, man. Gifting one over. Can I get a gifted boy? Go for it. Any gifters? Then we got Beza as well for the 10K tomorrow. No, it's not random. People signed up months ago, and they're prioritizing people that actually use their media platform. So generally, which you definitely should check them out at void.gg. It's basically a check PvP, but with way more features. You can kind of see a graph of like all of my like rating up and downs, like over time. You can like, you know, see all of my alts. There's a lot of cool features they have on there. And then it's also like social media for posts. So I put a lot of like kind of Twitter-esque posts on there as well. It's like an esports Twitter, you know. Yeah, it's nice. You should definitely like follow me on there and use it. And they're doing a lot of cool community events and stuff like that. I'm just excited to play, but mostly people that have actually been using their platform kind of got like prio. Well, that and just like people that are rank 1 in general. And there's a lot of Europeans that are playing in it too. Which was really fun last time. So I got to play like with like Thesha and Tony Farrell and a few other people. Like I always thought Rogue Farrell was like the most unplayable lobby. And then when I actually played it with Tony, as much as he's like a toxic memer and stuff, he kind of made the comp work whenever I get to lobby on an A now. Because I would always get mad when Farrells would just like waste my stun DR. And basically the way he was playing it is he would do all of the stuns on kill target as soon as I start micro CCing the healer. And once I got to that mindset of I don't give a fuck about my own stun DRs, it's better if they kind of stun with me. It kind of helped me a lot. And like those weird clunky matchups. Where I'm just like, okay, you just stun the kill target whenever I go gouge kidney the healer, you know? Because usually I would just try to kidney the healer and go cheap shot the other guy and they would just get to react. I learned a lot from that last shuffle tourney. In terms of like... But it's also different because like people were playing it in voice, so it wasn't like truly shuffle, you know? I wish I had like engineering grenades or target dummies or anything, but... I really should like bother with doing professions and stuff, but I'm lazy. What was my MMR on that last lobby? Did anyone look? So I 6 out at 24, so it's probably what, almost 2-3 or 2-4 MMR now? That's scary. This is probably my last lobby that'll pop if I do well again. Because once you get towards like 2-5 MMR, the queue just never pops. Because the game just refuses to rubber band. I'm on the Crusaders strike 1 or whatever. Just take a little bit of roids. I don't know if I'd ever want to do something like that. Also, I don't really care about having like arms or anything like that. It would just be like a try to get abs or something angle. Maybe go full Zaryu handstand mode, you know? Do you have separate accounts for playing Classic and Retail at the same time? Yeah. Like, I have a workout plan, it's just I'm on the copium of I've yet to even try to even go out more than once for it. Because Olympics is like a personal trainer now, and he actually gave me a lot of good advice. I like showed him the gym at my apartment, and I'm like, so this is all alien equipment to me. What even is this? And he gave me a good like plan of like do this on X day, do that on this day. And I'm like, okay, okay. And then I've yet to go once. I want to go, I have no free time. There's like so much shit on my to-do list. Well, and he asked me what I was looking for, and it wasn't for like what he's going for. Like I asked him to tailor it to what I wanted, you know, because he was like, well, what are you looking for or whatever. So it wasn't me trying to copy him, you know. You can make time. I mean, maybe like the 1 to 2 hours before I go live. But that today was like doing a bunch of errands. Like I had to go return something at the post office for Amazon, and then I had to go drive around a few other places. Today was a long morning. I actually got up at like 6 a.m. today. Normally I don't get up till like 9. I'm trying to find the plan I had, but oh, here it is. He was basically saying, make Monday be my push, take Tuesdays off, pull on Wednesdays, take Thursdays off, and then Friday be leg day. Like, this is basically what Olympics told me to do. Because I was just like, I don't really care about my arms, I want abs, you know, and just general health. But I just, yeah, I still gotta, like, make the plunge. Saw your void page and followed? No problem, man. Someone that's been active? True. I'm pretty out of shape. I mean, like, for me, I did, like, a lot of cross-country as a kid. But I think since high school, and I'm like 29 now, I've just been in horrible shape. I don't think I could run a mile. Maybe half a mile. It's that bad. Mostly because of my back. Because of like the scoliosis and all that. This is the most unrouted PvP or leveling of all time. This is true PvP your brain, dude. Waz is finally trying the Calib build. I told them to try it forever ago. Yeah, I mean, generally the approach I took was I would just casually just do push-ups or like planks or something in the morning and at night. It's just like this super casual, but it never did anything. What talents are you going for Rogue? This is my build. I like pre-med, Weapon Master, and First Dance, just for like combo points during non-blades goes. But you also could go like Swift Death. You also could drop... Like, when I'm not playing Replicating and Shuffle, I'm generally playing Shadow Focus. And you could drop Shadow Focus for Secret Tech if you like Secret Tech. It's just a little more RNG. I think Abyss is more consistent. And then generally in Shuffle, I play Replicating. And then if I'm not playing Shuffle, I take Shadow Focus. Think they fumbled by not adding Arena? Honestly, I don't know. I think they fumbled just not making Arena be more popular than Raiding, like 10, 15 years ago. Like if they actually made the MLG spectator client and like Kata and like properly balanced it and made sure there was no PvE gear and added solo queue like 20 years ago. Like if they basically did all of the quality of life stuff we finally got them to do 15 years too late in Cataclysm, I think WoW could have been Fortnite levels of popular. Especially if they made a free-to-play arena server. Or just, you know, made it a standalone game at that point. And like, you know, maybe shaved like 10 abilities or reworked CC a little bit, but not like full Asian MMO wombo combo style, you know? Where you're just juggling someone the entire game. Like if they, you know, like I think the current CC style of CCs being all micro CCs and, you know, an occasional 6-second CC is too short. I would much rather they have just killed triple DR and maybe even combine a couple more DR categories and just delete more micros. Like things like Ice Nova and Void Volley and shit like that are just, they're just designed to be frustrating. I think Coil probably should just be a stun. And like, if you're scared about a CC chain being long, just make it full and like half immune. You don't really need to do, like babysitting a triple DR stun or a triple DR sheep just feels like shit. You're not getting depressed damage. It's like a global long, you know. Like you can make CC chain shorter, but still make CC impactful. And right now it's like nothing really matters. You just throw random micro CCs at the healer to like minus their globals now. I think the whole game should be played around CC chains. It's just like the current value of it is 8 little random micro CCs adding up. It's a game of uptime now. Well, they should just design more specs to be like Subrug. Because back in the day, multiple comps could play like Subrug. You know, there was like God comp, jungle would do things. Even RMP isn't about CC chains anymore. RMP is, we feared this DPS, we stun sheeped the healer for 8 seconds, and we're trying to kill this guy in a 5-second window until the other guy gets out of cross CC and peels. You have like a 5-second window to do stuff as RMP. It's not a, okay, we got 3 polys, okay, we got a fear, okay, we MC'd the guy low, okay, we landed a CS, okay, we're dueling the guy into another CC chain. You don't do that shit anymore. It's, okay, we're just trying to one-shot this guy in 4 seconds. It's a cheese comp now. And there's not really any comp that functions that way anymore. Because every comp is a pressure mana game comp. There's no more different styles of, okay, we are a zug melee cleave, you know, pressure, gas battle, you know, like there's that. Then there's like the, okay, we're never going to let them have fun because we are masochists and sadists and we only, you know, have fun in this world by making sure no one else can have fun. And that's like the tank players, the LSD players, the warrior lock players, the shadow play people, our druids in general, ret paladins, you know. And then you have like your wizard cleave. We want to pump, we want to siege, we want to just random fucking hit people behind a pillar for no reason, like MLS, frost mage kind of stuff. And then you had like your actual setup comps, like RMP, God comp, jungle. But nowadays, there's not really such thing as a setup comp. It's just this is my Swifty one shot, and they traded or they didn't trade, or my partner forced a good trade so that I have a window now. It's like every class is a Windwalker with a Serenity, is how it feels. You have like your solo someone level threat, and you hope that, you know, people don't overlap their buttons. How do they fix that issue? By making more classes be more relevant throughout the game. When people say the game is slow in certain metas or seasons and that they want more damage, they're not saying I want to accidentally 60-0 this guy in point 1 because I get, you know, a primordial wave or, you know, a marksman 4-set proc, or, you know, arcane 4-set, you know, missiles 50-0, or, oh, my 2 of my eviscerates crit in a row during Shadow Blades and I just did like 500k damage. People don't want that. People just want more pressure so that their CC feels more meaningful. Because every graph of damage on every spec is like this. All the way at the bottom, then boom. Then all the way back to the bottom, then boom. People just want a game of, okay, I'm not getting faked on my kick, I'm landed CC, and the graph is like spazzing out. And oh, my kick won the game or something like that. You know, like people want to have a back and forth. And there's just not enough specs that do pressure outside of like BM Hunter and Demo, which are very, very toxic specs with no counterplay. And it feels like every single DH is one up there too, yeah. And then it just doesn't feel like any class in the game really interacts with each other anymore. Like most games are just a mana bar game. Unless someone like trinkets and gets one shot. The thing is now with Demo is even if you kill Obelisk, even if you CC Tyrant is like less than 5% of their damage now. Even if you let it free cast. All of the damage is to Felguard. So like even if you make a weak aura and you're like Shiv kiting the Felguard, gouging the Felguard, stunning it, like you're still just getting railed by pets the whole game behind a pillar. And then they still have the gall to like whine that they don't have instant cast Dreadstalkers. Even if they like never fake a single kick in the game. And they're just running around pressing Hand of Gul'dan, Fear, and Dreadstalkers and still doing top damage. I think that's for threes. I think that's for any version of the game. I think you can design the game in a way that solo queue match quality is 70% of what a voice comm match quality could be. Right now, it's like 10 to 20%. Everyone's Pepega, even at literally #1 in the world in Shuffle. And it's not because of like the no voice factor either. It's mostly just because of how the comps are made. And just people's mental because of the queue times and the RNG of the comps. Like I think if match quality is high, even if the conditions to get a queue pop are tighter, more people would play and solve the issue of the queue time. Like if you solved the healer MMR problems by just rewarding them more. And I don't just mean giving them welfare gold or, you know, I think the best way is just kind of like the time walking boxes or dungeon boxes in general, where it's like, oh, you have an RNG chance to get a super rare mount or something. And you play the whole season and boom, you got one rare mount or something, you know, you got lucky. Like that's a good gambling addiction to scam people into playing healing. But yeah, I don't know how you fix the healer problem despite like making the rubber banding less extreme, where if you're fighting an MMR like below yourself, you should still be able to gain rating. Like it shouldn't be like top 100 is no healers, even if you're like a meh level, you know, Smurf destroying everyone. Like you should be able to be #1 in Shuffle as a healer for sure. But I think the whole rating system needs a revamp. I think it needs to be complete, like it shouldn't change season to season. Like people that are like, oh, I have 2800 XP, but now I'm stuck 2k, and then they quit because they think they're washed up because they don't understand it. Like it shouldn't change that much. Like 3100 one season might be literally #1 in the world, and then 3600 one season is like top 100. And then it's just like, oh yeah, well my peak XP is better than yours, you know, like it just doesn't work that way to change the numbers that much every season. It just needs to be like every other game with like bronze through grandmaster with completely percentile based ranks. There needs to be decay instead of inflation. So people are rewarded for playing the entire season. Then there needs to be a completely revamped LFG where, you know, you could filter what classes you're looking for. I should be able to literally be like, filter by mage, see every single mage looking, you know, and check multiple specs. Filter by mage, lock, boomkin, priest, you know, shaman, and be like, boom, okay, I see everything. Boop, boop, boop. And then on top of that, I should be able to have an offline mode LFG where I can post like a little bio and be like, hey, I'm off of work on Thursday, Sunday, and I like to queue at 8 p.m. West Coast, you know, I prefer these comps. And then people could, like, you know, message you on that and be like, yo, I'm also off on Thursday. So there needs to be, like, offline LFG. There needs to be multiple types of solo content. Like, there should be a double DPS solo queue while you're waiting for a healer, like basically ranked skirmishes, even if sub rogue's OP in it, that more people would learn how to play like a sub rogue. You know, you'd see like some Windwalker mage, some feral mage, you know, feral shadow priest. Lock shadow priest has already been like on par with some rogue comps, you know, but it wouldn't have to have perfect rewards. You wouldn't get a glad mount or something for it. It would just be really cool to have like a double DPS solo queue bracket while you're waiting on a 3v3 solo queue, while you're also world PvPing on like a world PvP island, where like, you know, kind of like where the world quests are, like with the ducks, where you just keep respawning in random areas. So there's no downtime whatsoever. You know, no having to stall, no running laps around Dalaran or Oribos. Just, I'm world PvPing, 1v3 in noobs. Okay, my double DPS popped. Rinse, repeat. Okay, I got another double DPS. Okay, now my 3's popped. I finally got a healer. I think also the shuffle model doesn't really work at all with switching teammates 6 times. Private servers handled it much better in a lot of ways. They had like the crystal where if both teams clicked on the little crystal, it would skip the whole waiting 1 minute in the starting room and the match would just start instantly because everyone hit the ready check. I think that saves so many people time and like matches per hour. And another thing that private servers did really well is when they did solo queue, it wasn't the whole shuffle model. It was just a complete best of 1. And I think you can control the comps that way to raise the match quality. No one wants to be 1 caster getting trained by 3 melee. No one wants to be 1 melee RP walking getting kited by 3 casters. And then 4 melee is just a complete clusterfuck. There's no nice way to say it, like TOS friendly or anything, you know? Like 4 melee is just literally full on Zug PvE. And it should really just be forced into melee range healer. And if they have to keep the shuffle model, they could make it 4 rounds. So that way, you know, there's no melee cleave round, no wizard cleave round, anything like that. But I think in general, a one match lobby makes so much more sense because that raises the amount of games a healer can play per hour. Instead of waiting 40 minutes to multiple hours to play 6 games, you're basically waiting 6 to 10 minutes to play 1 game. Yes, it's less bursty, but not everyone can commit to playing 6 games in a row anyway. Some people, they get home from work or school, they have like 30 minutes to an hour to play, and they don't really want to queue, 6 games. And just letting someone be like, okay, I'm going to queue 1 game makes sense. So I think if they like just made more people queue by fixing the problems with healers, as well as just the quality of life in general, by, having higher match quality by it being melee range so that people play around CC more. Wait, did I really hearth and not train new skills? That was the whole point of why I hearthed. I was too busy ranting. But I think if they did like all of that, I feel like participation would go up like times 10 because people would have stuff to do. I mean, waiting 40 minutes to have 6 shit matches in a row is even worse. You could always, put it in a hyperbole that way. If anything, it's less volatile because you could be like, oh, there's a bunch of rep paladins queuing. I'm going to take a break. I only have the Shadow Strike one. I think there is still a place for ranked 3s. I think the hybrid 3s model that a lot of people want is too far though. I think that's just people wanting to get carried and like privilege and stuff. Where it's just like, oh, I want a solo queue but play with my friend and be a pre-made into people playing solo. And then you have to kind of do the League of Legends approach at some point where it's like pre-mades just queue into other pre-mades and stuff like that, but I don't know. I think the answer is just, gateway drug more people into Arena by having more types of world content. And I think BG Blitz is like a start. It's actually not that terrible outside of like Gilneas and Eye of the Storm. Because I don't think those translate really well to 8v8 format at all. But I think like the biggest thing is just having a designated world PvP island, having duels reset when, you know, like all of your CDs. Like there's a lot of ways they can like let people actually play the game. But right now, like 80% of the game is filler. And then people are just surprised Pikachu face that Zoomers don't want to play it. And at the end of the day, we're all getting older and older. I'm going to be 30 in a couple months. The ratio of people that are just, you know, full on invested in their jobs and careers and kids versus new people getting into the game, we go more and more extinct every day. And there's so many more ways that they can just make the game more playable in terms of just having more different types of PvP content. Like if they did all of the PvP quality of life stuff that they did in the last 2 expansions that have been good, and they did this, you know, 10, 15 years ago in Kata, like I actually think WoW Arena could have been more popular than PvE even. Even for people that don't even like PvP. It's just kind of always a day late and a dollar short because, you know, they have to be gaslit 80 different times to even attempt it. And then if they attempt it and it works, then they're like, I'm not sure why it worked. It was a fluke. Like, it always just kind of feels like any traction we ever gain as a community is just always out of spite. Yeah, I mean, splitting the player base is pretty rough, but I think Kata is the last kind of chance to merge them back together. Like, even if they announce Arena and Solid, it's still going to have resists and stuff, right? At least Kata, you can reforge all of your expertise. The PvP gloves and belts and capes and stuff will be on par with raid gear. It's only really trinkets and potentially last season tier sets that get crazy. So it's really only the last season of Kata that's like unplayable. I think Sod will probably still be more popular than Kata once it's like level 60 for the PvEers, because the PvEers are the majority. But I think Kata will be the final resting place for retail for sure. Like Wrath was supposed to be that, but the community was just so toxic around it. And there was just too much PvE. But Kata Season 9, you basically only need a BOE trinket that drops from trash mobs in the raid. And then on top of that, like Season 10, I don't think you need like Matrix Restabilizer or anything like that. It's really just maybe casters with the staff. But I don't know. I would rather they just rebalance classics in general. Normally people don't trust them to do that, but I'm not saying like rebalance abilities and classes outside of incredibly agreed upon ones. Like it would have to poll, they would have to poll like rank 1 players, and 90+% would have to agree of people not playing the same class. Like the only thing I would say could be rebalanced without anyone except for people that play the class being mad about in Wrath of Lich King would be Sacred Cleansing on HPAL. I think that's the only thing universally every single person in the world not playing with an HPAL would say is bad for the game. I think Kata will be more popular than Wrath. Because it won't have as much PV. For the first 2 seasons. And then the last season is just, no, I won't bother. I mean, Sam X, I guess, did really well with no PV gear. Like, I'll just try to play it with no PV gear and see how it goes. And then as soon as I just lose to some degenerate with, like, Heroic Vial and Legendary Daggers and shit, I'll just be like, I'm good. Original had a lot of PvE gear, I think. I remember, if I remember right. He didn't have the daggers, but he had everything else. The only rogue I think that had no PvE gear was legitimately just Samex. I don't think original had the daggers. Most people did though. At the bare minimum, he definitely had Vile. Samex was the only one going human with double on use trinket. But even then, like, double on use was kind of bad compared to the fact that you could just have like a second mini on use with your engineering on like the glove enchant. Making a focus kick, even though it doesn't even work. But just to fill out my bars. So I can pretend I have buttons. We got Energized Gift and another one. Thank you so much, man. Putting us already at 16 for the day. Dude, we're like above where we were yesterday on, or yesterday was my day off. Above where we were on Wednesday. Thank you so much, man. And that was like a long stream. Why don't you do a GDKP for Vile? I mean, I have like 75k on Wrath right now. It's just, I don't like wasting like 5 hours a week for it to never drop. Back in actual Kata, I raided literally religiously. In my guild. Every week. I had the most DKP back before it was GDKP. You know, when people actually, you know, distributed points as a guild based on like kills or, you know, showing up and stuff like that. I had the most DKP. I was going to get it. And then Slippy, aka, you know, Rodak, the rogue that used to play with Czar sometimes in like Legion, he was in my guild. And I had more DKP than him to get the first vial. It legitimately never dropped the entire time, except for the last week before the nerf, and it dropped the 1 week I called off sick. He gets a Heroic Vial pre-nerf, instantly number 1 on the ladder. Auto attack, procs, kills someone 7-0, which is the trinket proc. And then, never drops again. I eventually get an LFR Vial months later, because I'm running all 3 difficulties every single week. Like the last couple months of the season. And, that's the World of Warcraft that we play, man. I raided every single week of Nax in Season 5 Wrath. Like, in Classic. And, I never got Biss. I had the gold to buy Biss. It just decided not to drop. It's not just do the raid forehead. It's, hey, waste 2 to 5 hours, depending on what raid tier it is, of your week. Per character, every single week for months. That's like an entire stream almost of doing something I hate. Like clicking the wrong flight path. No, actually, I think I'm just going to the right one. No, I did click the wrong one. It's fine. I'm fried already. Is there a mastery cap now for retail sub? There's technically always a cap. You should get an add-on called True Stat Values. And essentially, the goal I'm having for full gear is I'm going to go for like 100 mastery, 30 plus crit, and like 30 plus versa. The reason my mastery is so low on this character is because this is my outlaw rogue. I have a crit helmet, I have the crit embellishment. But generally, I'm going to do crit mastery rings with crafting. And on use is going to give me more crit too. And then 4-set gives you a bunch of crit. And then I gem crit mastery instead of mastery versa. But yeah, I'm basically playing sub on my outlaw rogue right now because sub is that fun, and I'm still owning, so it's fine. My abyss rates are just way weaker on this character though. It sucks because I can't recraft this helmet because I put a socket in it. If I recraft it, I lose the socket. So this is technically always going to be my outlaw rogue, especially with the weapon, but I just want to practice some sub because the shuffle tournament is tomorrow. And this is my only rogue low enough to get a Q pop. I think everything but helm is the best tier combination. Do you think best arena was mop? I do think mop was the best, yeah. Good item level at the moment. 482 to 485. Like 485 is you had perfect, most expensive vault pieces possible. 482 is I chose a socket every single week. Why not helm? Because you get two free crafting trophies on your first PvP box of the season. Doesn't matter if it's a daily win, 5k honor, or whatever. You get like a quest little map, and it gives you a greater trophy and a normal trophy. And that basically means you don't have to spend conquest to craft your boots or your helmet. And if you craft engineering goggles, then you don't get to put an embellishment on them because the NG goggles can't have an embellishment. So you get the verse mastery helmet, you put the mastery embellishment on it. I have this because of outlaw, but this is not how I would gear for sub. I mean, you could craft chest, but the problem is the tier chest has much better stats with crit versa than this with haste mastery, because I don't really want any haste. And I value crit actually a lot. I think helmet is the worst tier piece. Because everything else has crit on it. And I really like crit right now. Because the main reason why crit is better now is you're not playing Rotten and you're not playing Cold Blood. And with planned execution, you're trying to get up to like, you know, mid 30s or 40% crit so that you can crit more Abyss / Shadow Abyss / tier set Abyss procs. Yellow TCG Tavern. I mean, I like all my PvP taverns. I don't know. These are the 2400 weapons, by the way. They actually don't look bad. Q's are a real drainer. I mean, that's just MMR. I 6-0'd my last lobby. Once you get above like 2-4 MMR, the queues get to like an hour. And then once you get to like 2-5 MMR, the queues legitimately become 6 to 10 hours. I'm not even trolling. Because there's only like 10 people at that MMR. And right now, 2 out of 3 of my NA rogues are at unpoppable MMR. And my EU rogue is also at unpoppable MMR. And the tournament's tomorrow, and I want to practice. With Shadow Flame? Yeah. That does look pretty good. I just like the more purple. Oh, Sinful. My bad. I used to Shadow Flame for some reason. Yeah, it looks pretty cool. I think Sub is the best for Shuffle, yeah. I think Sub is the best rogue spec overall now again. They went from the weakest of the three, but still like low S, to like the best of the three. Potentially like S plus tier, one of the best 3 or 4 specs in the entire game. It's like Arcane with 4-piece, us with any amount of tier, and Demon Hunter and Marksman Hunter with 4-piece. That's like the like Jester helmet. It was like a trading post reward from like a couple months ago. They'll probably bring it back. They brought back a lot of other trading post stuff. It doesn't tend to always be permanent. What's your sub burst look like? For the most part, it's kind of like Blades, Cheap Shot, Evis, into like Sepsis, into Secret, or another Evis if you're not playing Secret, which I don't play Secret. Doesn't that ruin Finality then? How so? Without Secret, you get more Finalities. So basically it would look something like this. Blades, Cheap Shot, Symbols, T, Eviscerate, Sepsis, Eviscerate, Cheap Shot, Eviscerate. I gapped that because I kind of like stalled for a second. And then generally, you know, you're doing multiple big Evis. Sepsis doesn't actually do that much. It just does more to the target dummy. And then if they're playing Orc, you generally kind of have to hold a global and re-cheap before the Evis. Yeah, McConnell told me to join. I had guild invites off. I didn't even know it was Asmon's. I thought McConnell just made his own or something. I don't know. I hope he knows I have no intention of taking slot seriously. I've died like 50 times. Why human rogue? Cosmetically it just looks better and I don't really care that much. It's not like there's arena or anything, you know? I don't know, I don't have the fake bone in my body to like get hyped about vanilla. Are we tanking? I don't know. Not tanking rating. We're like 90% win rate. And almost all 4 of my rogues and counting Europe are at like 2.5 MMR in shuffle, which is like top 10. Overall, like #1 rogue. We've been owning every lobby. We've had 1 bad lobby in like the last 10 lobbies. And that was like a enhanced Windwalker Arcane one that I did off stream that I kind of screen shared for you guys earlier. We're very, very, very OP in shuffle right now. And me and Calvish are the only sub rogues in the shuffle tourney tomorrow. So we have a pretty good shot at it, depending on what lobbies we get. But really, the only thing that could screw me over, I think, is like Vanguards. Or someone intentionally griefing me because they hate me or something. Or just like really, really good arcane mages. Like Seavarks could carry a lobby. Thesha could carry a lobby if the Euros are all coming to NA again. I think arcane mage is the only spec that can hard carry as much as sub right now. Play Saudi should be banned. I mean, something to do in between the shuffle queues, my guy. Let's go disarm for Doom wins. Fuck true. Thieves bargain. I don't have acrobatic strikes, so I can't build common points on the totem. I'm gonna swap the druid. Snap his trinket. to one more sap and do a duel. Song name, here you go. Oh yeah, we need to go to the Shuffle Popped Q playlist. I know you're jamming, but we gotta go to the Shuffle Popped playlist. This is what we do every time we get a Q pop. Honestly, I think we bring back the Pokemon. We need the hype. This is the equivalent of pre-workout for my brain. I sapped the trinket last game without it even. This guy pre-walled. My druid's gonna get soloed now instead. My DH is just getting soloed. Dual to peel, I guess. Disarm the Doom Winds. Can you heal her? Bomb to maybe get a sap. Meld to go for it. Gouge. He fades my gouge. Feels bad, man. I might be dead this global. Nice in cap. Kick the penance late. Just dying to air. Where's my Trents and Life Bloom at? I was gonna step my druid next global, but this might be a 6-0 for the enhance. He's out one-shotting me. I don't know, enhance is bad because they just die, right? Guys doing 100k DPS the entire game. I wanted to trinket to get a resap there. Feels bad. Getting into a blind. I have to fake his fade though. Fake this fade. Just gonna cloak to move my character. Still can't really move, but he's gonna try to meld it, but he doesn't. I'm just gonna babysit the blind out of this. And maybe gouge his trinket. Maybe sap trinket. I'll just babysit 3 saps. I can sit here all day. Can you this guy and just kill him off this? Can you bomb Trank? I think the healing still goes through it. All AoE goes into duel and bomb. Okay, this might not be a smoke bomb angle. I think I need Veil. How to get yellow dragon shards for max tier items upgrades? I have no idea. You don't really need to upgrade your PvP gear. It always scales to max. So I don't really care about upgrading the PvE item level of it. Going Shaman out of this. His Sunward, he's fine. Shadow Strike teleport to this guy. Disarm the Doom Winds. Can you Druid? Into a blind. To duel his trinket. Gouge off the duel. Can you this guy bomb it? Oh, I'm not playing bomb, I forgot. If I was playing bomb instead of OP cloak, that actually would have been lethal because I would have stunned his trinket. He just randomly gets eviscerated. Okay. I've had no problems with BattleNet tonight. How do I deal with nameplate clutter with my add-on? If you have the better blues plates, you go into hide nameplate NPC and you hide what you want. But imp should be default on there. What clutter do you have? I think you can click the Nahj profile button and it copies most of my settings for that on the frames and the plates. And you can just make sure you turn like buffs and debuffs off on it or something if you want. Trying to go to the DH, but that was a bad dance. For some reason I thought I had step. Nice grip. Get a finality rupture on the shaman. Step kick healer on penance in a sec. Kick mind games, vanish, kick penance. JK, I don't have vanish. I can't gouge because I have rupture on him. I might just die here. Try to meld the penance. Try not to line my druid, but I wanted to get back to the healer to duel him, but I had no step. That was just annoying. I couldn't gouge because of my AoE rupture. I wonder in the tournament environment if with more voice comms and stuff, maybe I actually don't play replicating, even though it's so good in like no voice shuffle. I think with like coordinated games, it could just fuck over my gouge so much. But I lose so much damage not playing it because it's so good to get like double finality on everyone, like double finality rupture on like both kill targets. I can sap off that because I blinded as an interrupt on clone. Actually, the Trents might keep him in combat. I'll gouge. Hopefully we don't just die to air. Kidney Druid and Golem off of it. I think he might die though. Try to duel the DH to peel. I don't think he needs it actually. I duel the DH to peel. Just playing it safe. He nether walks aggro, thinking I'm actually going aggro with it. Flame Shock means I can't gouge the Druid here. I can kinya him in 3 though. We're dead though, this global I think. Nice life swaps. Stun L3. Restun just for more micro CC I guess. Big of this. Trying to go through the darkness. I think he's dead still. Try to kick the clone. Evage. I should be okay. I get stunned. Maybe I do die. Can do the DH for the dub here though. Stun his trinket. JK, I get stunned 3 times in a row. OP cloak, I'm fine. Stun Druid for the dub. Big of this. Thank God we ran that back. That was way too close of a last round. I guess that was just a healer gap. We're almost 24 MMR already. That was the first lobby we got under 5 or 6 wins though. Oh, we got an insta-queue. Hell yeah. I do not know him. Is he a pumper? We got a mage, we got a boomy. And then they just rage left. Oh, this was a game with Thesha too. Eben Yeti is Thesha. He's a really good Europe mage. Who rage quit? Feels bad, man. That was gonna be a fun lobby. That was a 3-hour one? Bro. Dude, I said a 9-hour. I'm playing my outlaw rogue in full crit tier. Because it's my only rogue that's low enough to get a Q pop. You want to choose for gear? I can help you. If you need like conquest or honor or something. Or lose, I guess, like to. But that lowers your CR, not your MMR, right? It's like once you get 2-5 MMR, the game's not playable. I didn't think you lost MMR for leaving. I thought people were like exploiting by leaving on purpose, weren't they? To like not lose MMR? Oh, to catch up on sparks. Yeah, my main rogue's at like 2550, and then the European rogue's at like almost 2.5. And then my orc rogue is also at 2.5. And they all just get like 3 to 9 hour queues. No, I don't think Secret is that good. I think if this is more consistent. Because you get more finalities, and if you get a tier prog, it actually does more than Secret. And people are always just comparing, well, what if you get a 400k Secret where you crit 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 3, you know, without Cold Blood? In which case I say, well, what if you crit multiple eviscerates, you know, like... I don't like the fact that, like, you can just, like, meld or mass invis or, you know, there's so many abilities that just make Secret just stop attacking you. You know, Trinket Cloak, Trinket Vanish. You can't really avoid an eviscerate. It just chunks you. I think it's just better than Secret at this point. Because I've had some, like, almost 400k eviscerates. If I add in, like, a 270 on cloth or leather. On, like, a 80k Shadow Abyss on, like, a 80k tier set proc. You know? I think Abyss feels just way cleaner, yeah. That's crazy that you waited that long for that one, though. That's unfortunate. Who raged left? I didn't see the first list of the people. I just want to be warmed up for the tourney tomorrow, but... Did you get 4-piece, by the way, Thesha? And you're just catching up on sparks, or did your vaults kind of screw you? I think the only lobby I've lost with, like, broken Vis fix and all that is to Seavarks with 4-set. Because he was like 50-0ing people with just missiles. And like 0.1. Like the 4-set seems so good. I know like me and Calvish are the only sub-rogues in the tourney, so. I think it's kind of a... We're gonna get gutted on Tuesday for sure. But it's crazy that we're gonna be OP for this tomorrow. Yeah, Arcane 4-set's like on par with like Marksman 4-set almost. Maybe even better, I don't know. I want to play Sub-Arcane really bad, actually. It beats playing like some ASA RMD bullshit, you know, for like 20 minutes a game. Yeah, Calvish is insane. He's definitely the best rogue in A. But Shuffle is very lobby based, but right now most of our weaknesses aren't really that much of a weakness. There can be a couple combinations of bad demo lock lobbies. Og isn't really playing that much anymore. I beat Warrior lobbies, which is kind of crazy. The only thing I can lose to is like Vanguards. He's been around since like Shadowlands, but yeah, he was really young then. I think Prez isn't that good right now. You would definitely want a Disc or an Ardruid still. Problem with Prez is the cooldowns are very long and don't trade well. You don't have like a button that saves people in like bomb or duel. Like rewind is terrible. Oh yeah, let me go back to my normal playlist. Since I got scammed on the shuffle queues. I've been pickpocketing a decent bit. Is it this key? The equipment stash one? That doesn't feel great right now. In shuffle, yeah. In coordinated threes, less so. Because you can kind of play around all of Rhett's utility. But like in a Fiesta shuffle mode, it kind of just halves what you can do. Because you have to like stun the Rhett first, and then it's like more obvious for the healer to try to avoid stuff. And then... Or you can kind of just let them sank every other thing, or just hope they sank, you know, late for no reason on something that was already over. Or just hope they're like slow at sinking in general. It's more just that there's less kill, like you wanna, like you're forced into trying to cover them, and then they're also just really tanky. Because they just are passively perma-walled the entire game, and then they also have a shield wall they can press while stunned on top of that. Because they get extra armor on top of being plate, and then they also have like a lot of shadow damage reduction when you do a lot of shadow damage. Like, Rhett is probably the tankiest spec in the game. But, like, generally in, like, an RMD scenario, you could just really, really outplay it and never let them use any of their utility. It's just in shuffle, it doesn't always go that way. Especially when it's like you're getting demo locked or, you know, or warriored or something like that. What do you mean? Rhett is very, very, very good into Rogue in a Fiesta no voice environment. What do you mean, McConnell? It's always been that way. That's always been my #1 complaint in Shuffle is, oh, I got a Rhett. Time to go 06. Because everyone just lives every go for no reason. And then you play coordinated threes and you just shit on the Rhett Warrior as RMP. Vanguards is like the only spec I can lose to right now with Sub-Rogue being OP after all the bug fixes. Which is weird because when they play coordinated threes, they get ran at so hard with their Rat Hunter. Like him and Yoska and them. They don't do like any damage. Like Calvish runs over them and then like Sea-Doo and them run over them. And, like, you know, both of those kind of comps and DH comps just double Rat Hunter's damage. Like, I don't think Rat Hunter is good. Viewer 2s could maybe proc some soon. I wanted to get, like, level 15 at least or something. And get, like, 1 or 2 more shuffle lobbies in. But, yeah, I'm not saying Red is good. I said, like, it's one of the few things that's good into Rogue, but it's not good into everything else right now. Maybe when it gets, like, the Legendary or something. Right now, the only specs that feel, like, good or like broken is Arcane Mage, Sub-Rogue, and Demon Hunter and Marksman Hunter. Maybe Ellie, but like not really. And maybe Boomy too. But I haven't really seen Boomy with 4-piece tier yet. They all could just be hiding to try to avoid the nerfs. You ain't on the side hype? I'm actually multi-boxing it, and I've just been on the wrong screen. But, it's not really that hype for me. I'm just leveling at least one character to 25, so I could say I did it. Even if it, like, halves my viewership right now. It's just something to do between shuffle queues instead of viewer twos. But I am, like, the world's slowest ADD leveler of all time. I hearthed back to Stormwind to train my skills, and then flew back without training my skills, and then had to fly back to Stormwind again, and then flew back to the wrong flight path, and then flew back to here. Like, I don't know. This level has been, like... And then I've also been AFK every shuffle pop. I don't have the attention span for how slow this is. I'll get to level 25 eventually. Probably most of it being off stream. And then I'll do like one day of Ashenvale and I'll be like, oh yeah, world PvP isn't PvP. But maybe if they add arena or something at 60, and they remove all the resists, like it'll be playable, but I don't know. I'm more excited about Kata. Even if they like rebalance Kata and nerf Rogue, I'm okay with that. Because only the last season of Kata gets ruined by PvE gear. The first 2 seasons are kind of playable. Yeah, Kata Rogue was insane. But Legendary Daggers and stuff is just the last season, right? And people like Sam X made it work without it back then. Because the class was just broken in general. Just get a Grokini. It was basically what Wrath of the Lich King Warrior is. Play, you know, Priest Rogue, go 100-0 on accident, wear some PvE gear. We got Lunar with the tier 1 as well. Thank you so much, man. Sorry, I didn't realize my rested XP is over like all the subs. I should move that. And then the Twitch chat's over there. And I guess that's fine. Yeah, thank you again, Lunar, so much. I mean, it was a little different in actual Kata because everyone would just remake their team until they get a good record. But I think he was like 117-3 or whatever. It was way better than 103. But even when I wasn't even rank 1, I was just like a casual like 1 or 2 time gladiator. Even I had a team that was like 110 and like 5. With a priest named Facades. It took me like 20 tries to do it. But I mean, that was just the state of rogue healer with PvE gear. You had to like basically DC to lose. He did it in like season 9 when rogue actually wasn't even that OP. But in general, in that kind of environment, you could lose a game, remake your team. Lose a game, remake your team. Until, you know. At that point, it's just like starting the 42-0 over again, you know? It's not like it's a permanent record that you're glued to. Of like, oh yeah, they never lost ever, you know? I like Force at a sub, yeah. I can feel the queues getting longer and longer every match. This was not an 06. Someone just immediately rage left. I didn't mind redirect. I think it was a cool way to like still kidney for CC or something. Or just make swaps. Yeah, I'm wearing force at a sub. It's just my main doesn't have it, and my European rogue doesn't have it. But they'll get it eventually in the vault, hopefully. I probably shouldn't be trying to kill mobs 3 levels higher. If I was a true hardcore Andy, I'd be in a full group killing a green quest mob, you know? With full professions. I don't think I should be trying to kill orange mobs without evasion and potions. Feels bad. I'm just too lazy to actually grind mobs for an entire level or go over there to do that quest. It's so far. What do you think's going to be nerfed on Tuesday? I think they're going to be stupid and they're going to nerf Eviscerate. And it's going to like force everyone to go back to like a secret tech build. And that's the worst case scenario. What I hope they do, if they have a brain, is nerf Blades itself. Maybe even just flat out nerf or remove Thief's Bargain. And then also maybe nerf just how much damage Blades does in PvP. By like 10 to 20%. And then maybe nerf T as well in half. Then you could be a little bit less toxic on burst. You could still play acrobatic. But if they nerf Eviscerate, it's just going to be down bad. Like, I love that I don't have to play Secret Tech right now. And most people are still playing Secret Tech. Calvish is, Nick the Rogue is. But I think Secret Tech's just too RNG. I like getting more finalities. I like getting more tier set procs. If I still play acrobatic over T, I think it is really not worth it. The only situation it could be worth it is like maybe if it was like double monk and they're like sitting in Ring of Pieces very often. Or you're like 1v1ing another rogue and you want to like auto attack them through pillar to keep crippling up. Yeah, they're gonna gut at this, man. We have Calvish was beaten Sea-Doo as double rogue. It's coming. Only 2-piece? I mean, some of my characters only have 2-piece, some of them have 4. I think I like 4 anyway. Even without playing Secret and getting the 10% buff to Secret, it's still an extra like 20-30k more 2-piece proc damage when you get it. Which doesn't seem like a lot, but it adds a lot to the Stars Align burst when you get a physical Avis crit, Shadow Avis, and like a tier set Avis all at the same time. And then on top of that, it's free value because I like playing crit anyway. Like I value crit over Versa now. Like I'm gonna craft a crit mastery ring. I'm gemming mastery crit. Next week I get an on-use trinket with even more crit instead of the haste one. So in general, you know, I really high value crit. Asa's the easiest of the 3. But if you mean like out of the sub builds, they all have about the same number of abilities. Like basically, I don't macro T, and my Gormaw bind became my T bind, and my Secret Tech bind became my Sepsis bind. But I still have an extra bind if I wanted to pick up Flag or something, but... Or you can make like Flag B or Sepsis or whatever, but... Asub 4-piece is terrible. It can break CC, and it's like 2% every damn. I think it's the only one that doesn't play 4-piece. I do not have the patience. Asa is way easier than Sub, but I would never play Asa in like a double DPS environment. It's just for like healer DPS 2s and 3s. If you're like really uncoordinated and don't want to play around CC. But if you're like a rank 1 level, you're going to get more mileage as Sub now. Sub went from the weakest to the most broken of the 3. But like all 3 of them were okay. Like all 3 of them were like low S to high S. And then now Sub is like one of the top 3 specs in the game with Demon Hunter and Arcane Mage. I don't think Ellie will get nerfed. Blizzard like never nerfs Ellie, even when it is good. I think Ellie really needs a rework though, like Ardruid too. Ardruid and Ellie need a rework more than anything. They're really uninteractive. Like it's kind of dumb how Ellie just doesn't cast. You just run around and sling procs. And then everyone just assumes you're a bot, even if you're not a bot. And then Ardruid is just the most uninteractive spec in the game. You just sit at a pillar, do 100k HPS, double the enemy healer for no reason. Passively be immune to CC the entire game. Be a tank spec with a passive wall that you can press while stunned, and a passive healing proc when you get low HP when you're stunned. And you're just permanently mount speed the entire game for no reason. Like, Ardruid just needs to pay taxes. It's not fair. Warriors are pretty A tier right now. This is like the first time they're like not broken in a long time. They will be really broken probably, because they'll probably get a 20% buff for no reason, and then they're gonna all wake up and get the legendary fucking axe overnight, and then it's gonna be fucking Ret Warrior meta or some shit again. That's how it usually goes. Or Thunder Cleave or something, you know. Maybe Warrior Lock will make a comeback or something. I did predict this was going to be a dampening season and that it would be like Warrior Lock. But PTR was a very different game. Even when with like shuffles and like coordinated good players and stuff. It was super slow on the PTR. And then we got this fucking everyone getting one-shot stuff. Like, I don't know, maybe gear just wasn't working or something. Like, they've buffed a couple specs since then, but... Yeah, I mean, most people like CC, whether they will admit it or not. Hopefully we can get some more shuffles done, and then maybe we'll do some more viewer twos. Having gouge is bad for the game. I hard disagree on that. It's like a main part of like the win condition in team play and being able to play any comp that's not rogue mage. For how much people like to bitch about rogue mage, that's how you let rogue play other comps. I think other classes just need more ways to also play aggro. And healing just needs to, like, micro CC needs to be less frustrating to healers. And the way they do that is they just do, full immune, like, or like, you know, full half immune instead of triple DR. Like, just kill triple DR. And then, like, buff the CC durations. Because babysitting a third stun just feels shitty. Babysitting a third sheep or fear feels shitty. But then, like, going for CCs that are so short also doesn't feel good. Like, I'd rather CC be longer, but not as spammable. And then I think precog should be more interactive, too. Like, obviously, if you tune down the number of instant casts and tune down melee mobility, I think melee should also have an equivalent to precog. Because I think precog was a good addition to the game for letting people outplay each other. I just think I should get a precog for landing a kick. And casters should be able to make a choice. Do they want offensive precog or defense? Like, imagine being like a mage or a destrolog and getting to choose between, do I want a precog when I fake someone and potentially get more precogs per minute, faking everyone? Or do I want to just get a precog for landing my own interrupt and be like, okay, I chose the aggro my interrupt precog and I landed a CS. Okay, now I'm going to try to bust on this guy or KS bolt this guy. I think that's, like, more fun. To, like, find ways to, like, reward, you know, pushing in for something when you outplay someone. Don't you get it with the stat bonus? You don't get a stat, or do you get, like, you get haste, right? Something like that. What do you get precog for? Their teammates. It's not a 1v1 game. I should be able to, you know, make an all-in play because I kicked something. That's the Infurious boots, and that's just, like, more or less when you do CC. It's not really tied to your interrupt that much. It always just gets procced by doing CC. Oh, damn, I do no damn. Yeah, like, going for, like, a 3-second kick is so much risk for almost no reward. That body pull range was kind of absurd. Especially because I can't gouge these, they're immune. Do you use a regular ability? Sometimes I would use Gloomblade last season in dance just to build more macabre, especially when I would do 2 dances in a row and I still had lingering. But now with lingering being a 1-point node for half as much value, and not playing rotten and not playing lethality and not having versatility as a stat really, Gloomblade does like 20k. So not really. You could argue maybe if you wanted to like Gloomblade through a bop, but I don't even play Gloomblade anymore. It does like 20k, it's not worth the talent point. And paladins are pretty rare. You're not really trying to, like, you know. And even if there was a paladin, you'd rather play around the rest of the game instead of a niche moment where you can, like, try to mash a 20k. When the reality is you can do more CC to the enemies or something and let your partner kill through it. I go full 4-set, yeah, everything but helmet, and I value crit more than I value Versa. So I go mastery crit. The goal is like over 30 crit, over 30 Versa with like over 100 mastery once you have like all the crafted gear. It's just the new elite set with the new 2400 tabard with the trading post helmet, like Shaco Jester helmet from like a couple months ago. And we got Energized gifting a 3rd sub over to forward. Thank you so much, man. Already at 18 for the day. Still feel so weird that I'm playing SOG. I feel really fake right now, but the viewership's been crazy the last like couple weeks of viewer twos. It's like the first time it's been like under 300. I've been really enjoying the new season. So I know most of you don't really want to watch this because I'm one of the few retail people left, but I just figured I would give it a fair shot, even though I'm so slow and spaced out. Even though I figured it was going to be just 90% the same as vanilla with like one button in it. And my general opinion was what I find, like, you know, what I feel like. Yeah, I already had 2 subs because of playing TBC and Wrath. And it was already just kind of nice so I could like viewer twos and do shuffle at the same time. Because generally queuing them both at the same time will just mean your shuffle will keep getting paused while you do twos and it'll never pop. But if you like do viewer twos on one while you shuffle on the other one, you can. Someone was saying a pickpocket key gives you the between the eyes roll the bone though, or the rune for it. I don't know where the chest is though, because I deleted all the notes I kept getting for bag space. Can't play it? Yeah. I mean, that's how vanilla generally is for me. I'm way too ADD to play it. So I'm surprised that most PvPers have been able to do it. Because I feel like most PvP people have like the Mitch Jones approach of like either bot leveling or just sucking it up one day off stream and being miserable and just not being miserable on stream, or, you know, having an Ethan or something, you know. Most PvPers do not have the attention span to quest. Even Wreckful and stuff, you know. There's very, very few PvP people that have the attention span to quest. Don't they ever ship before kidney? I mean, you can, but it's more likely they like press buttons, right? Because you shivved. I don't think internal bleeding like snapshots or anything instant. So I think you can kind of get away. I'm on the Crusader Strike one or whatever. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be like a permanent SOD player or anything like that. Unless they like add arena at level 60 or something. And they like take resist out of the game. And there's actual PvP gear. If it's just like oh, I want to have alts and I have to raid on every single character to play PvP, it's not for me. Like, that's my problem with Wrath, is even if I want to have an ult in Wrath, it's like hundreds of dollars worth of gold. And, you know, 5 hours a week for 5 months of GDKPs to even get the item I want to drop. To have an ult. And it's like, well, I guess I'm never going to do viewer 2s or anything then, huh? Like, opener, I like kind of just do like Garrote, Slice, Tyrion, Bone Spike, Rupture. You know, Bone Spike the other guy, get big Rupture on him as well. Then like go for like an AoE Shiv, then like just Kidney, and then I could throw up Kingsbane or something. Or I could Kidney and then Shiv Kingsbane. But there's not like a set order always. It's just get your dots up. Like, playing around Tyrion is really energy efficient. And then once you already have like Bone Spike rolling, you can kind of use the follow-up charges as just like cheap ranged combo points. Or as a way to kill like totems and Siphons and stuff. Or you can play Sepsis. But I don't think Sepsis gives you a Garrote silence with the stealth ability. But it still gives you more Garrote damage. It's kind of buggy, I think. Like, it'll give you a stealth Garrote and it will consume the Sepsis buff. But then the stealth Garrote just won't interact with like Iron Wire and stuff. But it's still more damage to like do a big Garrote after a Sepsis, I guess. I mean, killing these in a group is not worth. I just wasn't getting the tags. Because the drop rate isn't guaranteed, and then I'm splitting the loot with them. After the next one, that's my loot, I'll leave. I've already killed a couple on there, so I might as well get like one of their tags. Core part of the game, I mean, then it'll never have PvP. Unless you can make getting Spell Pen super affordable and leave resist just for PvE. I think it just should not apply to players. Without using Deathmark? I think don't really overthink Deathmark. Yeah, there's a lot of ways for people to bleed remove it. Just shove it with Kingsbane, unless it's like a dwarf or Mending Bandage or a dragon. But you don't really see that many dragons. If they're dwarf, you just wait until they ever trinket, and then dwarf is on CD for 30, and then you just send it. with or without Kingsbane if they trinket anything ever. Or you just send it on their teammate. Any shuffs popping? We did a few lobbies today. We did a 5-win. Then this was a 3-win, but it should have been better. Then we had a 6-win. Then we had a 4-win. Then this, someone just rage quit immediately. So this didn't play. Oh, that's my outlaw rogue with 80% mastery because I'm in full crit gear with an outlaw offhand. Because I'm just practicing sub for the shuffle tourney tomorrow, and none of my other characters can get a Q pop because I'm 2-5, 50 MMR on my main. I'm 2-5 on Europe, and my orc rogue is also like 2-5. So like 23 to 24, you can get a Q pop, but once you get 25, it's like a 6 to 9 hour queue. Because there's only a couple people at that MMR. But sub is probably the best spec in the game in shuffle right now, except for Arcane Mage. I think it's 10 a.m. But I think it's West Coast time. And Arizona's not doing daylight savings anymore. So maybe it's 9 for me or 11 for me. I have to look. Check-in starts at 9 a.m. my time, I guess, yeah. Because I'm MST, Mountain Standard. Because Arizona doesn't do daylight savings. So sometimes I'm an hour ahead of California, sometimes I'm the same time as California. For EU... I mean, subtract like 8 hours or whatever. I mean, I guess if you go to the page, I think it converts the time zone for you if you have an account. But basically... like 7 hours ago? Morning for us, so like you're late afternoon. It's a pretty healthy time slot. Subtlety's a must? I think so, yeah. For Asa. Especially because of the Sanguine Blades or whatever, where you want to stay above 150 energy. So you don't want to overmash and get energy starved. And it's just extra mastery for bursting. I mean, it's getting nerfed regardless of us. Waz is finally playing the build. Europe is catching on. Hopefully they like nerf T and like nerf Blades itself. If they touch Blades, or if they touch Abyss, I'm gonna be sad. Because I really don't want to have to go back to playing Secret Tech. And then Gormaw is just too clunky. I think even if they didn't nerf Gormaw, this current build is better anyway. It sucks having to like wait on Cold Blood and Gormaw and not have it for some goes. Yeah, it's weird how hard he goes out of his way to like shit on his own specs. It's crazy because most other people don't get balanced, you know, around their top player either. Like you don't ever just say like, oh, Chanimal's making Warlock work. You know, it doesn't work that way. Or oh, you know, Blizzo and Magnus are just making Warrior work. Like no one does that. But every rogue goes out of their way to get themselves nerfed. It's always us just smurfing at low rating or, you know. Yeah, I like No Secret. I only play AoE Rupture in Shuffle. In Coordinated, I move AoE Rupture to Shadow Focus. Could maybe move it to Fan and Ice Crit too. Just to get more Fine Weakness up. in certain matchups. If you're swapping around a lot. Oh yeah, they were playing double sub into C2 at one point. That's how you know the hammer's coming hard. Feel like old sub again? A little more than normal, yeah. Outside of how Blades interacts, but... I mean, they were also owning as like DH Boomy with Calvish on DH. Like, there's a lot of specs that are as OP as Subrug. Like, I think Arcane is there, DH is there. Marksman with 4-piece is there too. But Calvish will be insane on whatever he plays. He's been multi-class and hard. What about Outlaw? Outlaw was good, and it still is good. It's really RNG sometimes. Sub's kind of doing its job better now with the bug fixes. Like, the bug fixes were a way bigger deal than most people thought. Mostly because people were comparing the 30% Shadow Abyss on top of like a Gorma build or something before everyone went to this like full Abyss build with no Gorma, no Rotten, no Cold Blood, you know. It's not really about roll the bones. It's just about how often you get Sinister Strike procs and how often you get the Between the Eyes cool combo point reset for no reason. Like, sometimes it's kind of like the Shadowlands sub 4 set where you just spam Between the Eyes like 8 times in a row. And then sometimes it just never procs. And then it's just also how often you get just Sinister procs like feeding into each other. And then how often you roll True Bearing. Which, when you're playing Count the Odds with the 4 set, you have True Bearing most of the game. And then being able to spam with Vanish, Meld, and Dance really makes your AR and Vanish be really short CDs. Like, there's a lot of times where I get if I roll True Bearing, I get Adrenaline Rush back before it's even done. I can just Adrenaline Rush twice in a row. After keeping AR for like already 30, 40 seconds. Isn't Between the Eyes just a crit modifier? The way it works is it has a talent called Crack Shot, and it basically makes it to where casting Between the Eyes also casts Dispatch, which is like the Outlaw Eviscerate. So you're basically doing an Abyss and a Between the Eyes. And it makes Between the Eyes have no cooldown if you're pressing it in Stealth or Dance. So every time you have a Vanish or a Meld or a Dance, you're just spamming Between the Eyes. What are the yellow numbers on your spell? It's some add-on. This one right here or whatever. It's just saying, like, how much energy you need to press it or whatever. Or, like, how many more energy ticks. I don't know. I was just throwing a bunch of YOLO stuff on the UI.
Appreciation.
And we got 10
for
bucks from
how
Ruckus. Thank you so much,
responsive
man.
You are to questions
I mean,
in
it's
chat.
what I'm here for. It's what I'm here for. As I die. It was fine. Thank you so much, though, Ruckus, for the 10 bucks. Restart? Nah. You think I'm gonna actually, like, do only green quests in a group? Nope. I'm just gonna YOLO, space out, take like 6 hours per level. Because I refuse to just grind mobs till I level to be, you know, over leveled. Eventually, you know, in a couple more shuffles, we'll be done, even if we're the slowest person on the planet. We're only like 24 MMR, I think, too. 2370 MMR. It sucks that last lobby, someone just immediately rage left. Apparently Thesha waited multiple hours for that queue too. And then the lobby just disbanded. It's so down bad. The fuck is this? I'm sucking it up. Just to like say I played it one time. I'm the world's slowest, worst leveler ever. I'm just doing it in between shuffle queues, but I might do some viewer twos soon. I think the move is supposedly leaving to lower your MMR. Apparently you do lose MMR for leaving, not just raiding. Like a warrior? I have a warrior. I have Najira. I have some pretty cool transmogs on it. I'm actually gonna redie. That's unfortunate. The gouge dodge, so I can't bandage. And the no potions gaming. Honestly, I shouldn't have just tried to autopilot fight it, because I'm just reading Twitch chat. I mean, if I actually wanted to play hardcore, it would be really easy. Because I would never fight a mob that's yellow or orange. I'd be the biggest pussy like everyone else. Most of my experience on this has just been me trying to 1v1 fucking orange mobs with evasion and potion and still losing. I have slice. Yeah, the compliment days are rare, man. That's always good. Going on with the long shuffle queue time. I just won like 2 or 3 lobbies in a row, so. Because it was a 5-0, then a break even, then a 6-0, then a 4-0. Yeah, BlizzCon was great. I need another one. I'm just surprised how many pictures I took at BlizzCon, actually. I was expecting like one person. It was scary too, because like the first like 2 or 3 days, it was pretty much just you, Torpid, and Ferrix. And I was kind of worried. I'm like, shit, there's like no PvPers. And then like the 3rd day, as I was about to give up, we ran into like 50 plus people as we were like leaving. And then we just kind of stayed the whole night. But it was a great con. I just need next year already. I'm lucky for me, I just have to drive for 6 hours. But holy shit, the drivers in California. I almost got like... My girlfriend wanted to do a couple stops in LA like the day before BlizzCon. There was so many like close calls of just everyone being like a 100 times worse driver than Arizona. And even worse drivers than I've seen in Chicago. Like one guy was just out of business, like curbside parking on the street as you're intended to do. You know, like just parallel parked there with a meter. He fucking cuts out into the middle of my green light. Just being like, nah, I'm leaving. Doesn't even wait for an opening or a red light or anything. He just fucking zooms into the middle of my green light. Coming out of where he was shopping or whatever. And I'm just like, bro. Now, instead of saying, I hope you step on a Lego, my default hatred of someone is, I hope you have to drive a stick shift in LA traffic. For the rest of your life. I haven't been to California in like the last 8 years, except for this BlizzCon. Oh no, it's been 7 years. And I remember it's always been bad, but not that bad. I don't know. Chicago's pretty up there with terrible drivers. Everyone likes to think that their state's like the worst, but New York, Chicago, and like California are like 100x everywhere else. Just the unbridled rage that people deal with living there. It comes out. Generally, Arizona is just all road rage of like, if you're going 85 on the freeway, everyone's passing you because no one ever gets pulled over for speeding. And if you're in the fast lane or the HOV lane going 85, you will get honked at and you will get passed. And that's just normal. That's what I'm used to even doing, you know. Should I dot both targets as Asa and Shuffle? Generally, yeah. If you can. But there are moments where it's like, you're kind of committed to trying to close out the game. Where it's just like, the one guy is dying, your dots on the other guy are ending in 5 seconds, but you can't turn around and run all the way to that guy, re-dot him, then make it all the way back to your kill target. It's just like, I have pressure. You know, I'll re-dot that guy later when I can. Try to close the game out. Depends if they have like cooldowns that are just gonna counter it or not. Like sometimes you can just shove Deathmark, but yeah, generally, if it's not going to get removed, you would want a Kingsbane or Deathmark. It's going to make it do way more damage. But you're not going to, like, hold on to your second Kingsbane a whole minute so it, like, lines up, you know? You ever use Control as King? I sometimes play it on, like, Outlaw, but not really. Because you can just pre-slice and dice with the combo points that Adrenaline Rush gives you. You can just, like, AR, then slice in stealth. Bramble, thank you so much for the tier 1. Like, generally, what you want as Asa is gonna be, like, Disarm, Veil, and, like, Smoke Bomb. And then you can kind of, like, flex if you don't need Disarm or Veil to be, like, Smoke Bomb, or I already said Smoke Bomb. Like, Hemotoxin, I guess, is, like, a flex pick, or, like, DFA for more mobility. Or, like, Creeping Venom if you want, like, the slow. I tend to keep Rupture up a lot as sub, yeah. Unless it's like, it depends what I'm playing. If I'm playing like Rogue Mage 2s and I don't want to like, you know, lose the ability to gouge the kill target for pre or, you know, Dragon's Breath to kill target, then I don't. Unless it's like a really, really extended go and they have like, you know, paints up and they're like plate or something and just, I'm setting up damage for next go. Never open up a cheap shot as Asa? Not really. I just go for either 2 Garrotes in a row on the same guy to have like bigger Garrote last longer. Or I Garrote multiple different people. And then I get my Slice and Dice up and then I Kyrian and then I go for some Ruptures and then I like, you know, Bone Spike, go blue Rupture the other guy. Then I like Shiv and Kidney and, you know, Kingsbane and everything like that. And then I probably Dance, Vanish, or Meld the DR cheap Garrote them out of it. Duel my Warrior? I don't know if I'm gonna duel anyone, dude. I don't have any abilities yet. Doesn't seem like fun. Maybe at 25, you know? I'll have cheap shot, Kidney. Yeah, you could try playing a Battlemaster Trinket on Asa, I guess. All the dodge parries on both sides, I'm dead. I didn't know where the chest is. I was too lazy to Google it. This is the right key, right? Alright, there's like guide. Okay, let me just look at this. It says in Stormwind. Okay. That'd probably help. Guessing it's an old town. I actually don't know where Cutthroat Alley even is. You have quick draw yet? No, dude, I'm level 12. I only have Shadowstrike teleport. I didn't look at a guide or anything. People said like pickpocketing helps you with something, and I got like this key and a bunch of maps and stuff, but I don't know. It's basically just vanilla WoW with like 1 or 2 extra abilities. It's not that different yet, but maybe at like level 60 they'll copium at arena or something and get rid of resists. I don't know. So, you know, you get like 1 or 2 retail buttons, and then there's like more actual mechanics, I guess. What's in the lobby? What do we got here? But yeah, where is the Cutthroat? Is it like in the stockades then? Kinda. Where is it? In here? I'll just Google Cutthroat Alley. It's fine. Smoke bomb's fine here. Oh, we got egg. You 4-piece gamer. Oh yeah. Get Null off number 1, got Null off number 2. Get a finality rupture on the DPS real quick. Gets time stopped. I have another kick for priest. Kick penance. I think we're more committed to dragon probably than priest. I can kidney him in 5. Fresh my slice. Kidney healer. Use arena 1, 2, 3. Slice in the opener after I get... Nah, the first one will auto-apply with pre-med if you're playing it. That's why I like pre-med and first dance. It really helps you with combo points on like the non-blades goes. And it helps if you ever go recuperator, because I think rush setup is pointless. And on top of that, it's just more combo point procs and more energy procs when you're not slicing the opener. We got Energize gifted out 4th, so thank you so much, man. I'm blind. I don't have blind off that. I'll gouge that. He gets a half sheep actually. Get his block. MD. Can he priest in a sec? Can you priest in a sec? Get a finality rupture up on the DPS if I can ever move. A little scary for me here. Good dome. Take that. Get back in the dome. Evasion in 1 second. He swaps me. Can he priest? Kick volley. YOLO bomb on the guy. Try to kidney the healer, but I might be dead. Dual healer next finisher, but yeah. I think I could have maybe symbols for that still. I thought I could get a little more energy faster. I don't think I had any T left. I was like 10 energy shy. I was like, if I just do a slice and dice, I will get energy back to get the duel off, but then I already had slice active, so it wouldn't let me like renew it. But I think I could have like T'd or symboled to afford the duel. Or I could have just dueled sooner on DH, but I don't know. This should have been a 6-0. I probably just went mage too much. Because he's one of the tankier specs. Just need to train the dragon. I think he DC'd at the end of that. That's unfortunate. I mean, he was obviously DC'd the entire round, but I guess raid frame like didn't go gray until then. Hopefully he comes back. Nice, he's back. We'll take it though. Fuck yeah. Oh, I thought I had the kick for that, and then I was gonna stun him. Nice sleep. Oh, the mage just died? To what? Was that all the dragon? I was gonna sap out of the sleep, I wasn't even looking at it. 320 eternity. Blaze it. Dragon in the... Kenny after that ultimate penance. I have blades for this next go. Kenny healer in 5. He's just soloing the healer. Look, the fly stun. What's Subterfuge for in your one-shot build? Just smoother ability to get saps with like meld and stuff. Or like off cheap shots with meld. You don't have to play Subterfuge though, you can go around it. It's just not that expensive to take it anymore. Even though it overlaps with improved Garrote. It's just smoother like meld saps and off cheap shots and stuff. Time stop. bomb myself, I guess, kind of defensively. Might be dead here. Yeah. That should have been like a 6er, but it is what it is. Sucks I'm missing like 20% mastery on this rogue, because this is like my outlaw rogue. Does it give you improved Garrote on the other people during that duration? You already can get multiple Garrote silences and multiple big Garrotes even without Subterfuge. Because improved Garrote already gives you that functionality. If you don't play Subterfuge and you get pulled out of stealth or you open on someone with Cheap Shot, you still have 3 seconds to go big Garrote everything, even without Subterfuge. But having Subterfuge still makes it to where you can, like, you know, get a sap after you, like, did something with your meld. Or get, like, a random DR Cheap Shot or something on, like, you know, meld. Or vanish. Mox Fire, it's pretty good, yeah. Alright, so where's the Cutthroat Alley thing? It's in the Dwarven District. There's not any signs. Not really about that, no. It's just like for the ability to like more reliably sap with your meld if you get like AoE'd out or something. Oh, it was on the side that I was on. I'm just blind. Night Stalker work on Subterfuge? I think so. I'm not sure actually. Generally, I would imagine so. Kind of forgot Asa has Night Stalker whenever I'm dancing for like a DR cheap Garrote or something. What's up, Zerker? Well, Nahj X, Nahj Y, Nahj Ski, and Nahj were all taken, so. They kind of took the whole suite and more. They made it share cooldown with Between the Eyes. That's weird. Oh, because it's the stun version of it. It's not even the, This is the Legion Between the Eyes. Okay. Well, I wasn't expecting to get kidney shot. Okay. Yeah, what's up, Zerker? Is there any other ones I kind of missed out on? Deadly Bruise level 20. Sucks I threw away the treasure maps, because I had 2 out of 3 of them, and I just didn't have enough bag room. I think that's how you get quick draw. I don't know, maybe, do I actually just go on a pickpocketing spree and farm it again? Instead of actually leveling. Later, corrects. Wish I had a mount. That's something they could have added earlier if they were just going to change things. Just to be like less, you know, time wasty. What first 2 pieces? I originally said legs and gloves because I liked versatility when Gormaw was the build. But now that it's all about crit and playing like the full Send It Avis build with T and all that, I don't really value Versa that much at all. I'm even gemming Mastery Crit. So I would say probably shoulders and chest. But yeah, I don't know. We'll get back to the viewer twos probably tomorrow. If not, in an hour or 2. I just wanted to get like at least level 15, but I've been on level 12 forever because I was just trying to do orange mobs and dying over and over again. So now it's like, you know what? I probably should just get all the runes because I skipped most of them. So I'm kind of having to backtrack a little bit. I mean, I should have just grinded mobs and been over leveled or grouped or did anything, you know? instead of just trying to solo orange quests. But yeah, I mean, it basically feels the same as vanilla to me. And it's gonna have resists and all that kind of garbage, but I'll try it just to say I tried it, so people don't judge me. Because I played vanilla, you know, when I was 12, and then I played vanilla classic as well when it came out as well. And then, you know, I don't feel like it aged any better in that gap. Because I only kept playing after Kata because of Arena. So it's just not really for me. I wish I could enjoy it, because it would be much better for me financially, but I don't have the attention span to care about like leveling and lore and, you know. All I want to do is PvP. And I hate having to farm PvE gear to do that. But I will give it a shot. See if they do add PvP gear at all, or how the Ashenvale stuff goes at least. Or at least just have it funny to gank some other streamer, you know? Alright, we're at 2 out of 3 of these. I wish I could just be a classic Andy without hating it. It's just... It's so much dead airtime that I don't know how to fill. It's just like awkward. At least I get to have fun whenever a shuffle pops. Usually it's just... I just queue, you know, viewer 2s and it's at least action 80% of the day. But like right now, I really, really want to practice shuffles for the tournament tomorrow. So I've been doing a lot of lobbies. Like even with the queues, I've probably done 20 solo shuffle lobbies in the last like 2-3 days. Just because yesterday was my day off, so I only played like 1 lobby yesterday. Wait, we got duplicate pieces? Oh, we got 3 bottom lefts. I thought I was almost done. God damn it. Really? I did not mean to pull that. Oh, I actually have to have a ranged weapon equipped too, not even a throwing weapon. It's good to know. Why am I still in combat? And now I'm pulling more, great. Just trying to pickpocket things because I need to get all the roots. Of course, this guy just maximum kites. Maybe there's better mobs to pickpocket, honestly. Probably the Murlocs. Probably the most, like, compact. All I get is bottom left, like 10 of them in a row. Alright, did I have it updated? How many energize was that? I don't think I typed all of them. I just don't know how I keep getting stuck in combat when I'm not even pulling anything. 28 minutes in queue on 1700. That's ridiculous. I know. How many lobbies have you played total? Are you like stuck at 1700 after a lot of games, or is it like one of your first games? Because generally, unless it's like a placement, it's like harder for them to find your placements. Generally, lower rating isn't that bad. 215. Yeah, that shouldn't be as bad then. As like someone on like lobby 2 or 3. It's like sometimes the placements struggle, but I just need a couple more lobbies to proc, man. And how's this character's cap coming? 1500? If I do VR2s on like after the tournament, that'll finish it up for sure. If only I wasn't 1 mile an hour trying to pickpocket all these. Eventually, I'll get the 3rd ruin that I need. Eventually. Or I'll just loot everything but it, still. It's sad as I kept being 1 map away and I kept deleting them just because I was too lazy. Didn't think I would actually end up needing it. Or that I thought I could get it in any zone. And now I just keep getting duplicates. Guess I'll run the auto ad now in case the queue pops, but maybe I'll give up soon actually today. I don't know how much more I can take today. I was actually like making progress and not just trying to OCD out. It'd be fine. It's annoying that I just keep getting duplicates. Like the last one doesn't exist. Maybe I do have to do different types of mobs for each kind, I don't know. Like the 50th one in a row from these is just another bottom left. I will just go to a different NPC. Thought that'd be out of range. Apparently not. I think I'm just gonna keep a couple of viewer twos, I guess. I don't know how much more I can take. I'll finish it later. Maybe I'll like still play in between arenas, but worth to have 2-set from last season? Nah. I thought it would be like early in the season, but I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, if you want a free 2s carry, sign up. Preferably a healer or like some kind of hybrid DPS. If you're double rogue or like warrior DH or something, I probably won't pick. I don't really like double melee. It is what it is. Druid? Sure. Oh, this is the Druid from the other day. Oh, we got a shuffle, actually. I have been saved. I don't know if I want to go straight into our Druid, though. Kind of wanted something less damp. I'm already fried from playing vanilla. I need something a little faster. Please repop instant. Nice. I got DH, Enhance, Ellie. That's not bad. It's hot on Enhance though, so he is gonna one-shot. I need to like watch Primordial Wave more. Is that the right one, finally? Looks like it is. But now I need bottom right. Wait, what? God damn it. I thought it was just those three. This is combined with 3 other pieces, but ooh, it's not counting that one. Okay. There's still one more I need. Hybrid combo give you more burst damage, or no? What do you mean by hybrid combo? Oh, like I still don't know what you mean. No, I just go season 4 or season 3, 4 set. Hopefully it stops my lasso. It does not. There's the Primordial Wave. Get the Sky Fury. Swap our Druid out of that. Got Trinket. Now we could swap the Enhance. Can bomb to maybe go for a sap. Gouge him. Duel for CC. Kill the Sky Fury. There's some prison, I guess. We're all just getting meatballed on. I need to just solo the Druid here, but we might be just dead. Gonna get lassoed here, probably. I mean, at least he's soloing the Enhance while I did that. Kick the Nourish? No, I can't. Gonna get cloned out of this? Nope, no sheer ground, anything. Well, the DH kick, I mean. Double Shamans are on the other team. Kill Sky Fury, but we're all dead, I think. Want to kick Druid so bad, but I'm stuck in this route. Play kicks this. I have a YOLO bomb, but like nothing with it. Doom wins, disarming it. Try to kill the Sky Fury, got it. Kidney for CC, JK Ursels. I can blind out of that. I'll meld for the sap. He has no Trent up. Meld early so I don't get lassoed. It's still a half sap, but my guy's just gonna die this global. I had lethal off that too with duel. That sucks. It should be a pretty easy lobby, but Enhance is on my team, so I don't need disarm. I can go bargain. Tap trinket. Double Radiant Stone. Try to gouge. I have a step kick, but get mind games. Quick kidney. Triple kill on everything. Kick penance. To a gouge, to a kidney. Just trinket. I think we're all just dead anyway for no reason. Really? I don't know how the Ellie lived that, man. At least if I lose some of them more, the Q will be quicker. It's like the only non-4 or 6 win lobby I've had. I mean, I could still win the next 4 in a row, I think. Because it's still round 3. No, I'd have to win the next 3 in a row to break even. It shouldn't be a hard lobby at all, though. I don't know. I feel like Enhance is only squishy when he's on my team. Gonna play more aggro. If they kill me, they kill me. Can't believe he actually greeds his burrow there. Nah, he actually has to press good. And life swap? What? That was a shitty swap. He was fine. I think Freestat trinket for that. trinket. Finality rupture on both. Kick clone. Blind off the kick, even though I won't be able to sap. Actually, I do get the sap still. Thought he had Trents out, but attempt to kidney through Blur. Look at that. Got trigger another walk. Dash through it into a kidney. DH almost got soloed. I'm getting soloed now. I'm glad is that S Arena doesn't show CD. It's S Arena. I'm using S Arena, the Sammers one. Go back to Sarm for the Doom wins. Give them combat, of course. I'm gonna get lassoed first global. Blind off that. Farm Doom wins. Get me off that. Free cheap shot into a gouge. He gets a clone, nice. Yeah, Burrows. Try to gouge off that. Meld for a cheap shot. YOLO bomb off that. Get a finality rupture going. Try to kidney the healer actually. Problem is if I step kidney the healer, then I get thunderstormed on my step on the way back. They are cheap to get the gouge. It might just break the dots though. That late. It's grip, so I hit the other guy. Can't stop Hex. It's on me randomly. My DH still has another walk. The big pump from them here. Get the Sky Fury. Okay, the healer. One nuclear here. Pick the fast cast. Okay, I guess we can go to 4 wins. Never mind. The beginning of this lobby was terrible though. There should have been like a 5 or 6er though. I don't know how I lost the Rogue Enhanced game. Just gonna rush the eye. They've been starting to throw Earth Grab to the left now. I didn't get the sap still. Please don't tell me I just die for that. Goodness. Guy just decides to hold his trinket. Can you druid into blind sap? Actually, he wants to just go druid. I'm good enough. Maybe bomb to get a sap. Oh. Almost had it. Dual druid defensively and offensively. I mean, I could dual low to try to kill DH, but just playing it safe. Continue this guy in 1. And then Shaman should just die off that. Or DH. We're all away from Rogue? What do you mean? I'm just kind of fried because I've been playing all day. I've been owning most of every day. That was a really bad lobby for me. You can be it, you know? Like, I don't feel like I was it that game, you know? But yeah, if anyone wants a free carry, preferably double DPS with like some kind of non-melee. Any like Warlock, Shadow Priest, Mage, Dragon, you know, Ellie, Boomy. I'll take a Disc Priest or something, but I don't really want to play our Druid X right now. Too much damp. I already played like some vanilla today. If anyone wants a free carry, come on. Alright. Nah, perforated is terrible as this build. Because none of your builders are actually meant to do damage. I think they're gonna just gut eviscerate and we're gonna have to go back to secret. Or, you know. I hope they have a brain and they just nerf blades or they like nerf T or something and they nerf secret, you know. Maybe even nerf flag more. Maybe fix the sepsis bug, you know. But if they just nerf Avis, I'm gonna be sad. So I really like the T build with Avis. And if they just nerfed T and I just moved T over to acrobatic, it would still feel good with... Because T is not actually a flat 20%. But it'd feel so much better to be a little less cheesy and be more balanced. I nerfed the spec overall. I think that's also really bad because it just nerfs the builds that are already not performing. But this is the most fun build either way, even regardless of how it performs. So... Yeah, Gorma's just not enough value for how long of a cooldown it is, and then you have to take Rotten, and you have to take Lethality, and then you feel energy starved, and then Duel is clunky, and then, like, it's just a whole chain reaction of, like, 80 reasons why this build feels better. Like, this standard build. You can still play secret instead of like shadow focus or replicating. I shouldn't have gone replicating. Just this game because it's just for shuffle. I mean, my Abyss with this build does almost as much damage as a perforated Gormaw. Yeah, it'd be cool if I could actually play DFA, but it's nice that Outlaw and Asset can also play it. Like it just sucks that there's too many like cookie cutter mandatory talents. He disarms me mid-duel, that's annoying. Getting bash clone, so I can't stop this. He still has trinket, and he already walled that. Could have maybe sapped a rig on his meld there, but it would have switched the sap off the other guy. I cloak his whole secret tech, it did no damage. He did get the stack flag up though. Kind of did that in a weird order though. Get a clean meldery. Get pulled out to a random mass entanglement that he wasn't even going for. Doubled my damage. Okay. Thought I was doing viewer twos, but okay. I can be the viewer. Big pump. What? I did not mean to do a 1 point kidney there. I thought the fan and knives pulling him out of stealth would have given me full combo points with blades. But I guess the blades didn't go off, or it went off like after the fan and knives when I pressed them at like the same time. Should've just cheap shot anyway. Save the kidney for luck. Trauma's clapping. Yeah, it's the big damn guy from the shuffle, apparently. On his alt account. Yeah, this guy does like 100k DPS all the time. The big pump. CPK still using Cold Blood and Rock in the Rotten build. It's way worse. That build is terrible. Even Waz is finally catching on to the Calvish build. And he was loving it. This is just the objectively better way to play. You double your Revis damage. You don't have to worry about how clunky Flag is. And you can get some like bonus crazy Shadow Strike teleports or saps or off stuns with Sepsis. If you're not doing the Sepsis bug where it like buffs your Shadow Strike. This build just does more damage, gets smoother duels, has more sustained DPS while still having the same burst. It's just better. Free Shadow Strike teleport from Sepsis. Actually, it doesn't want to work. I get a re anyway. I mean, the rotation is much simpler, especially if you play without Secret. You just go for Abysses and you don't gap your stunts. And you T at about a similar time that you would Symbols. It's just deciding when you want to Rupture and when you're actually able to like pre-CC and stuff. I prefer 2 daggers for sub, yeah. How often do you Rupture? If there's already dots on them anyway from like Ignite and like Disc Priest and shit, or like Moonfires and like, you know, all the time. Unless it's like just the opening burst sequence, obviously. Unless they like shove a defensive, then it's like, why would I Vis into this like shield wall or paints up or whatever when I could just put up a Rupture for later? It just comes down to, is it a coordinated game and you're playing a CC comp and you want to pre-CC them with DB or Gouch? Then don't. But if you're PvEing and you're pumping, it's gonna do some crazy damage if you keep it up. Especially if you use it with Finality, where you like double Rupture just to put up the big Rupture. And then Dark Brew making it Shadow, even though it shows up as physical on details, makes it also benefit from Veil Touched and Deeper Daggers. So Rupture is like a big deal. But yeah, I play no Secret and this is good. I use it a decent bit, but it doesn't really generate on the pets. No, Perforated is terrible because you have no builders to benefit with, and you're not playing Lethality. The whole point of the build is buffing Eviscerate with T. Otherwise, you're not doing the build. Hex is the guy no death. Crazy. Other walk. What's up, Lee? Which healer besides Resto Druid do you swap to and shuffle? Pretty much just Druid, maybe Monk if they're out of range of Port and no Revival, or just to get their Revival for later. You're up 400 from watching and shuffle? That's how you do it, man. That's pretty high right now for early in the season. That's definitely legend material in a couple months, when 2,500 becomes like 3K. Might just be dead this global. I'm fine. Easy. The content is back. We're actually playing a game. I can't believe I lived at 1% there at the bandage tick into the heal. He did Todd me. It just procced my cheat death. Weapon Master, it doesn't do much damage, but the whole point is it just gives you more combo points. So it's just like an RNG chance for Shadow Strike to fill your whole combo point bar when you're doing like a non-Blades go. Same with why I like Pre-Med and why I like First Dance. It can kind of let me get like 3 finishers off in a non-Blades go sometimes. Oh, they're pissed. They're writing the anti-sub-rogue tweet as we speak. Even though the shaman did double my dam and a lot of healing. First stance a good idea to use? I think so, yeah. It overlaps a lot with blades, but it's just good on the goes you don't have blades. And it's nice to have some kind of openers where you don't actually need to commit blades. The druid came out of stealth after his guy already died. Okay. Best outlaw rogue, the crit one, yeah. And then offhand dagger. Which is basically what this character's running in reverse. Because this is my outlaw rogue that I'm playing right now as sub. We have a crit helmet. Like, this is not the rogue to copy. My main is a much better gear. Or might work one, Nahj X. This is actually my outlaw rogue. Yeah, I'm gonna have so much crit when I get the on-use trinket. And I've been gemming mastery crit too. Does Subtlety always have to be kept separately? You might burn through your charges way too fast if you macro it, but... Worst case, you could try putting it in symbols if there's a gun to your head on how many keybinds you have, but, I mean, at the end of the day, you're dropping Gormaw for it. So, like, you should just put it at what your Gormaw bind was, if there's, like, a vacancy, you know? Oh, I vanished to kick there again. We overlap kicks, and he's just dying to air. He lives. Well, he's just going for a hex. The guy doesn't death it. Oh, he does death. I think we just killing a random kidney though. He knocks him out of line of the healer. Oh, that was a good knock. That's like the Death Knight grip out of line special. Blue post out? About what? Class tuning incoming December 5th. Alright. How gutted are we already? Death Knight changes, not in PvP mostly. More PvP buffs to Death Knight for no reason. I don't understand the festering. They're already really, really good. DH nerfs, good. Those actually apply in PvP, good. Feral nerfs? They're pretty terrible, but okay. I don't understand the rake in, And then we got big BM nerfs, like you were saying. Good. Well, these are just the PvE changes where some of them bleed through. Kingsbane nerf. Understandable. Disc nerf. Understandable. I would have liked to see more Druid nerfs. I don't know why they're nerfing Disc and not gutting our Druid and Fistweaver. They're still broken. Blades nerf, I'm okay with that. Bargain nerf, I'm okay with that too. Okay, they didn't gut Eviscerate, that's good. I would have been okay with a T nerf on top of that even. They could have nerfed that 5 times harder. There's gonna be another one after this one for sure, but that's fair. If we got nothing, that would have been stupid. But this doesn't really fully fix it. I wish they would like commit harder to nerfing Bargain. It's pretty bad for the game, and I wish I could like flex my honor talents around more. Bottom so I can get a reset. Blind to trinket. Global, because I didn't think you'd actually trinket that late. Look the fear. Turtle or die. He chose. Oh, he already turtled in the opener. I forgot. I mean, they nerfed the damage. BM damage is crazy. I don't know why they're nerfing Disc and not like nerfing our Druid enough, but there's a couple of them I don't understand that are just completely random. Mostly the ones that are designed for PvE that they just randomly let go through to PvP for no reason. Like, not all of them make sense, but I was expecting Sub to get nerfed way harder. I just don't know why they won't nerf, like, Life Bloom more. And Trents more. Just making Trents have 300k HP instead of 500k was not a nerf. Trents need, like, 50k HP, so you one-shot them. And Life Bloom needs, like, way more counterplay. I don't know if that's enough for Windwalker to get back. 6%, like, they do pump, but... And I guess they are tankier. I don't know, maybe it can do okay. Did they win the tier set lottery and just no one has it yet or something? Like, that's the only thing that might change. There's some specs that are probably broken, but the good players on them just don't have their 4-set yet. Like, I don't know how boomy 4-set is. I don't know. I've seen some crazy Devoker damage. I've seen like a 330 Eternity Surge in a shuffle today that one-shot Aegis. Yeah, I don't know why they buffed Unholy DK too. That's the one. That's the one I don't get. They didn't nerf our Druid enough. They didn't nerf Fistweaver, and I don't know why they would choose to nerf Disc over like the actual broken healers. Alright, this is LG for the enhance though, and then they just buff DK again for no reason. Oh, it's actually a nerf with Rotten Touch going down. I see the 2 PvE changes at the top though. Oops, I linked the wrong thing. Let me go back to MMO Champion for you. Front page, class tuning incoming December 5th. I mean, Unholy DK needed something. It's pretty busted. I would have liked to see an Arcane 4-set nerf as well. I think Arcane is pretty sleeper right now. But some Arcane's going to be fun with how broken it is. I wish Fire would be better, because Arcane is such a dampener, miserable spec. We see if the shuffle will pop for a couple minutes and then we look for another person. Did Sub get a buff? No. We got a 5% Blades nerf, and then they nerfed how much cooldown reduction is on Bargain. Which is completely fair. I would have expected a T nerf on top of that. And I was also just expecting them to be really ruthless and just nerf Evis. I was hoping they would like nerf Secret or something, but... It's 89... 79. What's that over here? Nah, we'll just get another viewer in. Yeah, they nerfed Kingsbane. I don't think it's that big of a deal though. It was doing crazy damage. Like Garrote is still your top damage by a mile. Asa would only be feeling a nerf if they like nerfed Garrote by 15% or more. Like Kingsbane is still gonna randomly 150 to 300k people, whether you play the like it's yeah. Like Garrote is still like 30 to +% of your dam. Like, if they nerfed Garrote or Rupture or flat damage, you would feel that. But nerfing Kingsbane is whatever. Why can't I dig? Are they stuck in combat or something? The coordinates wrong? Wowhead has lied to me? And it wants to be great, and we're still gonna be great. I don't think the changes did anything. I guess I'll get a Druid in. I didn't want to. I already turned a Druid down earlier, but I'll just do a couple games of this and then look for like double DPS. Maybe it's just bugged and I need to reload UI. It's a really high mastery thing, but even if you don't know how to like immune Chaos Bolts and Coils and, you know, Ray of Frost and stuff like that, you'll still get value out of just pressing it for a restealth to like go for a sap or like run away, you know? Using it as like another vanish. Get a nice little subterfuge or something. Get a stun if you have like no dance panic, you know? Yeah, I can't believe Fistweaver and Ardruid went untouched and they actually had the balls to nerf Disc. Like, that blows my mind. Yeah, as Asa and Outlaw, it's way easier to use Meld. Because as Outlaw, you just use it to extend your Adrenaline Rush. You don't really have to time it at all. You just press it aggro. And then as Asa, you're just doing it for like DR cheap Garrote usually. To just get like more lockdown. I mean, didn't they only like nerf their damage in cat form or whatever? They didn't like make Trents have 50k HP or nerf Life Bloom or, you know. They didn't do anything like that. Maybe some Outlaw? We could do some Outlaw after this game. Maybe that could be some good variety. How did Fan and Knives not pull him out? That's awkward. He's like the worst opener I could have had. He's probably gonna die with that. Yeah. I think I could still 1v2 this though. Meld that clone. Blind off that. Gouge that. YOLO bomb. That was just an awkward opener because I committed to Priest and the guy just got a clean meld and I couldn't fan him out. We just gotta trade our CDs when he's using everything with Frenzy. Because he frenzied me and I cloaked it, but then when he cloned me, he got to get another Frenzy for you. Also, we need some, another socket in that neck. We'll do a couple of sub with this guy and then, yeah. Okay, the coordinates are wrong on that compared to a screenshot I just saw on Wowhead. I guess the coordinate add-on I have is just fucked. Same sub build, yeah. Can you maybe get punished less for dropping bargain now sometimes in shuffle? For like Veil or, you know, bomb or something like that. Yeah, this build is so much more fun than the Gormo build. Alright, roll. No, we're in queue. %20 CDR, what will the number impact be? Well, it went from 33 to 20, right? So what's 20% of 2 minutes? 24 seconds. So you'll have a minute 40 or minute 36 blind or vanish. Same with blades. So yeah, basically they're making it and so yeah, it's gonna be 15 seconds less, 15 and a half seconds left. It's gonna go from like nearly 40 seconds of reduction to 24 seconds of reduction. It's kind of a big jump. I mean, I hate bargains, so I was playing SOD earlier, but I got really, really bored. So I've been stuck at level 12 for like 2 hours. Because I refused to just grind earlier quests or group or do anything, and I missed like all the runes. I only had 1 rune. I had to like backtrack and figure out how to get 2 more runes. But I don't know, I just hate PvE and leveling and questing in general. I forgot to go disarm for this guy, so it's a little scary. We can do a kidney into blind sap here though. My druid's very far from me. I don't think I could sap this just because of Mindbender. If I meld earlier, maybe it'll kite it going over to the other guy. Oh, that's a terrible blind. And then it was like the worst dance of all time too. So I thought I could vanish for my Shadow Step. But I actually got flared randomly. And I'm just tilted now already. I played too much vanilla today, it fried my brain. Pick that. No disarm, so true shot in 40 is going to be terrifying. Just going to fan to farm kidney. I think we could have maybe held the iron bark, but get double feared here. Kidney this guy for a clone, maybe. Send the real dam. Gouge, maybe we clones off that. Nope. Kick that. Vanish, kick him again. Maybe just duel that defensively and for CC. Actually, it's offensive too, fuck it. There's the Death Chakram. Try to eat trap. My Druid's just kind of staying in to get trapped here, probably. I get half trapped for no reason. This is the weirdest arena I've ever seen. I think I just killed this guy this global though. He turtles. Proud of that guy for actually realizing I need to turtle. Pick that. Wishing I had disarm very badly. Guy loves just doing scatter into half traps on me. Rest in peace, my dance. That's the downside of no acrobatic strikes. I'm like literally inside the guy. And he gets to kite me for no reason. Way to gouge that. I'm getting scattered here probably. Hopefully my druid just lives with life bloom, you know? Getting half emptied out of this, I guess. Actually, it's full. Doesn't really matter. I'm like waiting on everything else anyway. We clone him. It's kind of a waste because unless I get a re and sap out of it. Nope, he gets combat back. I think I still just go anyway. Try to cloak fear. Got the triple DR clone. I might have some Thug Cleave games randomly. Yeah, no acrobatic can be very frustrating. Destro portal buff? I didn't see that. Yeah, sub I have so much mobility that I can like tolerate not having it. Especially with like Shadow Strike teleport and like being able to have fleet footed and the Wrath of Lich King sprint and 1 minute sprint. Like you're so mobile now with the rework that like I could tolerate not having it for sure. Oh yeah, that was a bug Thugonomics was saying. You actually do less damage with a 4-piece than without it. That's just a bug fix. That's only Flame Rift. There's like multiple different types of rifts. And it was just like only Flame that was like a damage loss to get it with tier. What makes Forset so good? It's not so good. It's barely noticeable. It's just free real estate that you might as well take because you want the crit anyway. Because I value crit way more than I value Versa. But there's still a certain amount of Versa you want. So it's not like you need to like all in one stat and you're like, oh, I need a crafted, you know, crit mastery chest piece and shit. Like, you don't need to do that. No, I think they got most of them. They usually announce them on a Friday like that. I'm just gonna give this team the opener. Rogue's out. Gouge this guy. Blind this guy. Rogue trinks. Gonna swap the healer. I could have sapped that, but I'm swapping it instead. Pen. Cloak the Kingsbane, I guess. Pretty much just like the Blades goes, or even a separate go than entirely. If you want to like abuse the sepsis, like the sepsis bug, which is basically when you sepsis. So like Shadow Strike is supposed to give you 25% more damage when it teleports, right? Like the Shadow Strike teleport hits harder than a normal Shadow Strike. And basically the way the sepsis bug works is when you use sepsis, when you first use it, you get to use one stealth ability for free, whether you're danced or not. And then when the dot finishes, you get to use another stealth ability for free. But the way it works is if you're dancing, it just won't consume the sepsis bug or the sepsis buff. And then that'll basically say that you're in stealth, not dance. And then it just treats every Shadow Strike, whether it teleports or not, as a plus 25%. But you would pick Sepsis even if that wasn't bugged, just because Inevitability is useless and Perforated is useless in this build. And this just does slightly more damage than a Shadow Strike. And in most situations, you're not even abusing the bug, because you're basically just spamming Eviscerate with Blades. And you're never pressing Shadow Strike anyway. So you have the options of make Sepsis do way less damage by not using it with Blades, or the option of I'm going to use Sepsis a non-Blades go so that I actually have some Shadow Strikes to buff if I want to feel like an exploiter. But at the end of the day, like, buffing a Shadow Strike from like 50k to 65k, 70k is useless. So at the end of the day, like, you don't really need to tunnel around that. I would just send Sepsis as an improved Shadow Strike during your Blades. And occasionally you can get a free Shadow Strike teleport out of it. That's how I see it. How hard's the nerf? I think it's like, what was the numbers I said? 40 seconds to 24 seconds. It's a 16-second nerf on Thieves Bargain. That's about it. Like, Blade's got a 5% nerf. That's not bad. I thought it was going to be like a 20 or 30% of his nerf. I think that's fair. I think they could have gone further. They could have nerfed like T as well or something. Thieves still the go-to? I'm not sure on that yet.
We appreciate your breakdowns, man. You explain
No problem, Nate.
well.
I try. Thank you so much for the Prime and the Basil's bucks. Putting us at 21 subs for the day. There are a lot of matchups already where I drop Thieves anyway. To like go Veil more often into like Warrior and stuff. Or in Shuffle to make sure I still play Bomb. Like, I'm sure you could probably drop, you know, and just play Bomb more. It's more fun that way anyway. Flesh rune. I was just checking this after I was having difficulties with only one rune, like at level 12. I had to like backtrack and get the pistol shot one and the between the eyes one, but then I don't even have a gun to use them yet still, so because apparently you can't do it with a throwing weapon. But I think that has most of the rogue ones in it. But yeah, it says that one's not been discovered yet in the Wowhead post, so. I think the tourney's gonna go. I think the arcane mages are gonna do really well. And I think Calvish and I are gonna do really well. And I think Big Mex will do really well, even though he shouldn't, because he's just Big Mex. But yeah, it's me, Calvish, Thesha, or Big Mex, or Seavark's game, depending on just RNG of lobbies. I don't know what I'm gonna play if I ever do drop bargain while still being bombed though. Probably still play it. Just not religiously. I'll play bomb more. Actually dead still, because the pet's blade storming on me. Tries to death my blind, doesn't get it. I'll kick him and then I'll blind. Blind that. Should be able to sap because I got him as interrupt. He trinkets anyway though. Pick the fear late. Should be okay here. Let me kill the obelisk real quick. The most damn here of all time. He actually fakes me. All time has been revoked. I'm just getting railed by Doom Fiend, I guess. I don't think DH is button bloat at all. My DH had like 30 keybinds instead of like 80. DH is like one of the most Xbox controller classes you can have. DH is the only thing good about DH, like design-wise, is the timing. Like being able to like meta things and backflip things. I mean, I had focus everything that I didn't need. Even focus throw. It was the only way I could make it tolerable. I mean, I played some SOD today. Viewership was way lower for it, and I was kind of getting bored. Ooh, guy, the AFK on this trap, that's the new tech. I'm actually dead because I trinket a dagger. Honestly, I thought the hunter was just DC'd or AFK. I didn't expect him to just AFK on a trap, not even camo. I would have just cloaked the opener if I knew there was a trap there. Honestly, I still should have sat it instead of trinketing, but then my druid's coming out of the duel at like 10%. But he should just trinket trank high. And then I just have to outplay the second go for him, but it is viewer twos. But we should never lose to that. I should be able to like 1v2 that team. I just genuinely thought the guy was DC'd. Oops. I don't know, that's the tech. Just pretend to be AFK. If I had acrobatic strikes there, I wouldn't even get trapped because I'd be hitting him max range. FK strat? Literally. I've never seen that. Yeah, Asa keeps that slice nice up. Sad thing is it wouldn't work on me if I just had acrobatic strikes, because I would just max range hit you. And it wouldn't get trapped. It's also just unlucky that he finds my druid in stealth to even get the duel. Because normally I'm like closer to just peel the duel. I didn't do computer engineering, I did computer networking, and it was just like level 1 IT, entry level, like MSP, and it was miserable. I didn't respec smoke bomb, but it's fine. Yeah, it's a weak aura. A lot of like the buffs like that are just the sub buffs weak aura that I have. They nerfed Trents forever ago, but they didn't really get any nerfs right now, except for like I think their cat form damage. It was the most random thing ever. Yeah, Resto got a 10% rake and 10% shred nerf, that's it. Nothing to their healing being the best by a mile. Oh wait, no, actually their 4-set got nerfed in half. I didn't see the PvP side. And Mastery got a 15% nerf. Okay, that's kind of decent, actually. The Mastery is huge. Demo's gutted. Every demo says that, and it's always broken. I don't believe a single one of you. Every demo's like, my Dreadstalkers aren't instant. I get kicked 80 times in a row and don't know how to fake, and then I still played at 80% dampening and kill the whole team behind a pillar on accident. When their mana bar runs out. I don't believe Demo, man. Just play Destro, be a Giga Chad. Actually play the video game. Shadowplay players do not deserve rights. It still plays aggro, even though the portals kill you behind a pillar, instant cast. Occasionally, you know, you can get a precog and get a couple chaos bolts out or something, you know. Got 1.6, grats, man. On Rogue, or what spec were you playing? What comp? Destro at least interacts with positioning, you know. Acid Disco, nice. Is Turbo or TSG still a thing? Turbo's probably a thing. I haven't really seen it, but I'm sure, like, Warrior's not at its strongest right now. Which is very rare. I like Affliction more for, like, 2s, but... I like Affliction more in general. It's just also annoying how tanky Affliction is spamming Drain Life, though. I don't know what re-put me in combat like 3 times, but I'll just meld to sap this guy, I guess. And then the pet finds me and meld instantly. Fun. Undispellable trap. Getting cloned off this, probably. Or not. This is all of his CDs. Hopefully we trade. There's the renewal. Love to see it. Bash clone. Probably more than renewal. You might need to Ironbark. You should be camping bear form right now. Still a lot of his CDs. Get into this guy. Yeah, I'll drop that. Get trapped. He turtles anyway, even though he trapped me. He misses his flare into the wall. Love to see it. Threw Tranks, even though the guy was turtled. I'm gonna vanish just to maybe, I don't. Hopefully we can clone that. Oh, he's probably dead. Big T of this, kick the druid. Nice clone. Maybe I could sap out of that even though he has a Trent. Probably not. The most damage right here through Ironbark. I could have just blinded Druid there and he might have died actually. But I think we die here. I don't really have a way to peel this. Guy has freedom, he's just running at him. I have stun into blind sap, but I'm getting cloned. He has renewal back, hopefully he uses it. He has renewal. Nice, he uses it. He's dying through it. Cloak the Ursul's Vortex to try to get there. Getting this guy, gouging his trinket. Actually, he has... Can't. Gonna bomb the slate. Stun this guy into blind sap. Gonna get trapped here, though. Try to sporadically dodge the trap. I dodged the trap, he missed it. It's like somewhere over there. Can meld and maybe sap out of that. Got the sap. Duel this guy to peel. Hopefully he doesn't die to just the druid. I might have to blind the hunter to live, even though it feels shitty. That was explosive, everything. Take the clone off that. Gouge this guy. Give me the druid. Hopefully we can get clone or something. Cheap shot so he has more time to go for it. We don't go for it still. He goes for it like 10 seconds late because of the stream delay and then he gets kicked. Try to E-trap. Actually, they're just going him, so. Maybe kick druid if you ever cast Vanish because the druid wants to stun me. Try to dodge the flare. I have no hunter's mark on me, so I can kind of do stuff. It's just waiting out the DRs in it. I get trapped. I have a lot of damage out of this, though. Druid's gonna get a re and stun me into clone. Never mind. I get a re, but he's probably dead. I get stunned by the druid on my blades. We DR bash him for no reason. I get trapped. Try to solo the druid randomly, I guess. Better Shadow Strike teleport to this guy. It's not letting me Shadow Strike. Okay, cool. It's kind of finicky sometimes where the Sepsis will let me teleport and then other times it just won't. It always works on like Vanish and Re-Stealth, but he's probably dead. I've said it like 20 times, but I got like one more defensive duel for him. This is kind of the last of our mana. Got Ross. Wish I didn't have this Rupture on him. They're at like 64% mana. Kick the Druid. Kidney into blind, into sap. He trinkets, traps me on the stun. They love to see that. Still get the blind here. Stun this guy. A lot of damage. Gouge off that because I can't sap. We do a DR bash for no reason. I think we're dead. Probably like one more of these and I'll mix it up, but I'll go Outlaw for the last one just for fun. We shouldn't be losing as this comp ever, but we just gotta be on the same page about like cloning things occasionally, but then also just never going for clone when I'm not like multi-stunning. Like we can't go for like a YOLO clone like 5 seconds after the stunts. Sub nerfed, I saw. It's not that bad. It's 2 new add-ons that one of my mods made. It's better Blizz frames and plates. They're really nice. Will it repop? Nope. I'll go for the last game. It's mostly just spamming eviscerates with blades. And you can sepsis in place of like a Shadow Strike. Just like a blades, cheap, dance, symbols and T. Evis, sepsis, secret or evis again if you're not playing secret. I tend to not play secret and I just do a bunch of eviscerates. No summary, what Outlaw does, you just shoot people with your guns. And you have a grappling hook. But basically, the whole goal is this talent lets you keep Adrenaline Rush nearly forever. Or at least like 40 seconds straight. It's not great at chasing double DPS though, is the problem. I don't have a dot. It does some pretty good cleave, yeah. Especially because you can keep Blade Flurry up for nearly ever too now. Then you still want to have like a way to cancel it. Scattered. He let me cloak his secret. Down bad for him. I mean, it's still down bad for me, I guess. Bro, he's been out of CC for so long. Why am I still dead? He gets half trapped. I'm definitely dead. We're gonna mix it up though. The whole point of why I got off Classic was to have fun, you know, and I didn't want to do a druid to begin with because I already like turned down 2 other druids. Just I want to do some double DPS so I can have fun because these games are a little too slow for me. But I don't know really what happened there. Like the CC ended and I was fine for like 10 seconds straight with no more CC. But I'm gonna mix it up for my own sanity. Another time though, I'll get you in when I'm like less classiced out. Dragon? That sounds fun. Yeah, Destro is pretty insane. I think they'll bring the Jester back. They brought a lot of stuff back like that. Yeah, it's mostly just a nerf to bargain and then a 5% blades nerf. I would have liked to see like a T nerf too, but I'm just really happy they didn't nerf at this rate. I guess I'll trinket this. Might sap Meld. Gets back combat. Bomb to maybe get a sap even though he has Trents. Gouge because I don't get it. Get bashed here, should be okay. should just die here. Yeah, if you're not running bargain, you basically, yeah. I've been able to do stuff outside of Blades. That's why I've been playing Pre-Med, Weapon Master, and First Dance. So I can kind of flood my combo points multiple times without Blades. I think dropping Secret's worth it anyway. Because, yeah, you can RNG roll multiple crits but then, and still do like a 400k Secret, but what if you crit multiple Eviscerates, you know? Like, you don't really want to play the lottery. Yeah, Gloomblade's just terrible without Rotten, Lingering, Lethality, and Versa. I was getting like 20k Gloomblades, and I'm like, why am I talenting this again? It's just a waste. And then if I want replicating, I drop Shadow Focus. They're not doing the AFK strat this time? Okay. He pulls the rogue out. I don't know how my blades didn't go off there, but... I think I'm just dead. Dragon's a little squishy for that matchup. Sucks because I still got the step disarm, and I like cloaked and melded his shit. I don't think Windwalker will be too strong. I don't know. Maybe it will. I think everything was kind of done in moderation. I just wish they nerfed our Druid more. And Fistweaver more. But our Druid, actually, the mastery change is kind of big. I just wish they nerfed Fistweaver. And I don't know why they nerfed Disc. And I think Holy and our Shaman and Provoker and H-Pal need more buffs. What keybind did you play with it for a long time when you realized there was a better button? One of my shittiest keybinds I had for a long time was Trinket. It used to be Alt-R to like get out of CC. Back in the day. So that was probably my weirdest bind. Right now, Alt-R is nothing. It's a good bind, just not for Trinket. Like, Trinket should be something off modifier. Like, V is much faster. I have no mastery on this rogue, because this is my crit outlaw rogue. I'll probably just log on my work in a couple more games. Shift 1 is the trinket button. I mean, that's not that terrible, but... Yeah, I have a 60% layout keyboard, so I don't even have a tilde. Or F keys, or arrow keys. I don't think Shadowcraft is ever good in PvP. All of the points that you build up during your symbols are fed into in between your dances, farming a dance charge anyway, where you're spamming fan and knives. Doesn't really contribute to burst that realistically, because you end up wasting all the shadow tech you build in between the blades go anyway. It's just a PvE talent for when you have minutes of uptime at a time. I think they're very fair. They could have gone harder than that. I'm happy to see that. I would have liked to see them like nerf T or something maybe, but Blades was definitely the #1 problem child, I think, and Bargain. And I think it was. I was just gonna be really mad if they nerfed Abyss and made me have to play Secret Tech, and I'm happy they didn't do that. I'm very happy. Oh, we got a shuffle. Get a resap. Get coiled. He fears off the resap. They give him precog for no reason. I still have my kick though. Get knocked. Get a healer in a sec. Kill the healing tide. I'm gonna blind the hex on the aura mastery too. Do a gouge. Forget that. Got block. Get kidney healer in a sec. Get poly. Just let him while he's locked out and on his shifting, he's pissed. I'm just gonna duel here. Meld that poly. Finish Sham. Kill the tremor. You need that heal. No way to sap that, but I can gouge out of it. Help him kill the grounding. Gets a refair. Gates in to be linked. I kill the link. I vanish. I should be okay. Big Hand of Gul'dan. Kill the Fel Obelisk. Stun the Shaman. Blades. Pop everything. This guy should just die. Mylock's gonna die first because he ported out of my line on this disgusting giant map. Oh, we were so ahead all game, man. No, this lobby should be good for me generally. As long as there's no ret pally, I'm happy. I have to fake the fade real quick. Not doing it. Can't sap out of that for some reason. This is like the worst map to chase double warlock on, man. Besides, nah, Blade's Edge is worse. Never mind. I retract that. Have a vanish to kick healer too. Nice. Just doesn't cast. For the totem nameplate, it's called Better Blizzard Plates. It's a bunch of different add-ons in one, kinda. Probably Trenton. It depends when in the season though. Like right now, 24 is like really, really high. But late season, like that's like top couple thousand. It's really easy. But like right now, that'd be like being the best of every class almost, or at least like top 3 of every class, which is a little harder than just 2-4. It just depends when in the season. Like right now, number 1 in shuffle is like 25-10 or something, and I'm like 25-50 and more on my main. I'm actually dead here. No, I'm fine. This map is a fiesta, man. That was the priest trinket. This guy might just die through it. I'm dead here. Spamming meld, but oh wait, okay, I'm trying to get back in the link. Can't believe I lived there. That was crazy. It was a good link. Nice DB. I have a duel out of that. What's up, Elcase? You actually guessed right? I mean, I guessed wrong, because I said they're gonna nerf of this, and then I got what I actually wanted, so I'm happy. I think they could have gone a step further and nerfed T as well. It's definitely not what I expected them to do. Gonna string it. Third bolt. Can you heal her in like 5 when we have other DRs? I'll get a slice first too. Get bolted. I'll vanish this one, I guess. Oh, mage DC'd. This mage is chill though. Maybe I'd kind of like just play slow for him. I mean, this Destro's gonna kill us if I play slow. Hopefully he's almost back. This will be the world first ever wait in a shuffle. I mean, no one else is waiting. I guess I just go. I feel bad, but... Log to EU. That happens to me every time when I'm dual boxing. It's so obnoxious when I play on Europe. How long was your queue for that? At least you're back now. I was worried that Destro was just gonna kill my ass waiting. We're in a static and he's just free casting bolts. I make gold. Mostly like coaching for gold. Eventually I'll move my character. I want to get a replicating rupture up so bad. It didn't go to the mage even though I was like 2 feet away. That's crazy. Priest in a sec. Get in the link. Hellstone in the link so it heals for more. Then it gives them more health to redistribute. Still dead, I think. I literally killed next global if he doesn't block. Oh, it's so tilting. Why did I even bother just CCing the Tyrant and shit? It doesn't even do damage anymore. Why do you pre-pop evasion in the opener? It's because he's demo and he's gonna axe toss me first global. And then do the Destro round, it doesn't really matter. I'm not playing Feint, so. And there's no melee. It's weird. It's really buggy. If it's airborne and you evasion, it hits you. And then if he does the Grimoire bullshit second fell guard, it always goes through no matter what. So if they're like truly instant, it can get you through your evasion every time too. Because if it's already airborne. It's gonna break. Instantly, that was a bad plan. All the pets made me not see the blizzard. I have a YOLO bomb for this Ore Mastery heal, but I'm on global. Ports into the room, landing his healer. Eventually I'll move my character. I have cloak in 3. Kick the healer. I have cloak off this, but I might be dead. Got the cloak off, we're chilling. Please don't die. No, I killed with duel right there too. Oh, that lobby was easy 6-0 for me. I'm just fried today. I might get off kind of soon. After a couple more games. I'll give this dragon like 2 more for waiting, and then maybe I'll log on my orc rogue. Missing like 20% mastery is too annoying. This is my outlaw rogue with like full credit. I don't know yet. It's getting nerfed from like 40 seconds of cooldown reduction to like 24. So blades will be 15 seconds or 16 seconds longer. I think is what I did the math at, which isn't that bad. But if you just drop bargain altogether, you're not really getting nerfed on damage. What spec isn't getting talked about enough? Probably Arcane. It's kind of sweeping under. The 4 set is nuts. I don't think our Druid will be dead. But it's a nice nerf actually. I thought it was a slap on the wrist, but the mastery is huge. I didn't see the mastery the first time I looked. It might still be the best healing throughput. Like, it was doubling every other healer. Like, it would always just do, like, millions and millions of overhealing. Here's out. Just look at my sap. Gonna resap. One more stun, he dies without turtle. Gets turtle off. I got both trinkets and turtle and dome. And he still got the sleep off that. I don't know if it's worth half sapping, but I might. He knocks him anyway. Pick that. Look at this. Kidney. I don't think he could sleep off that, but maybe I can bomb for a sap. I guess for the half. Maybe I could still sap it. Still got the sap. Problem is I just get scattered into a half trap and then he's completely fine. And my kick. Yeah, this guy. It was just the gripe of viewer 2's like double DPS in general. It's not even on the him playing. Like, he played well. He got stun sleeps and all that. It's just double DPS. As long as they live like 2 goes, they just win by default. Can't see the Ardruid nerfs. Go to MMO Champion. Class tuning incoming December 5th. Most of it's like PV stuff that doesn't happen. Kingsbane got a nerf. It'll be fine though. Asa, the only thing they can actually nerf Asa is if they like hurt Garrote. That's like the only button that matters. And then the sub, they nerfed the cooldown reduction of Bargain, which is okay. I hate Bargain anyway. And then they nerfed Blades by 5%, which is nothing. These are slap on the wrists. Sub is still insane. And then Enhanced, the one-shot got nerfed a little bit. And then Marksman, nothing really changed. But this is where Druid's a little scary. They halved the 4-set. And then they did a 15% mastery nerf. But it's not in until Tuesday. But I think Druid will be... It's pretty heavy, but Druid was that broken. I linked it in chat, so... Mostly DH was like PV things, but now they got 12% nerfs in PvP and PvE. On Fel Rush, Immolation Aura, and Fel Brush. I don't think DH has got it. DH is still going to be doubling everyone's damage. 12% on Fel Brush is like the main meaningful one, you know? I don't know why they nerfed Disc, even though it's a really small nerf. That one makes the least sense to me. Like, I'd understand buffing, like the, you know, Arsham, H-Pal, Provoker, like, all of the non-monk druid healers, but Holy Priest... Like, Holy Priest needs a lot more love. Even though, you know, Chastise is kind of toxic. Yeah, Druid is like half the 2's bracket. I don't know how they didn't nerf Arcane either. I think the Arcane 4-set is beyond broken. Or how they didn't nerf Marksman 4-set either. Generally, if it doesn't say this does not affect PvP combat, then it means a PvE change will affect both. They usually specify if a PvE change doesn't affect PvP. I know it's kind of backwards, but... I kind of want to get capped here. It keeps me on DR. Got trinketed to sleep. Dying and vanish to random this. We have 5 on DRs and then we win. I'm gonna blind DH defensively, hopefully it doesn't break. We can stun this guy into a sleep. Catch this guy for more pre. I don't know how that sleep broke, but this guy still just dies. Maybe even through Link. Nope, I'm dead now. Try to step the shaman. I like that thunderstorm. It lets me run away. Pre-bomb myself. Gouge this guy has a rupture. Sleep's gonna break to rupture, but I think I still kill this guy with Big of this. That barely did any damage. I have evasion in 1 second. Oh, the double kill. Can the dragon one dig this? Big eternity, it gets grounded. I think it still went through. Kicks that. Goes for the fire breath purge. There's the earthen. He needs to just focus on like faking a tremor and like trying to get asleep to try to heal himself. I think he might be. No, he just instant cast heals himself with Verdant. He's fine. There's the hover, the run cast. Tops himself off like it's nothing. You ever find yourself trying to go for things because of human error? Yeah, a lot of times. I mean, that's just knowing how to smurf and knowing what MMR you're playing at whenever you're lower. Well, there's a lot of times where you can kind of checkmate someone where they just have to do something, where it's like really obvious to sap their trinket. Because if you just keep mashing sap and it's like full duration, it won't overwrite itself and sap early. It'll just be like a stronger effect is there. So like you could just sit next to someone and just spam sap for 5 seconds straight, and if they trinket, they get like auto sapped on their trinket. It's like a legal sap hack. It's with no programs or anything. So it's like it's really good to just like kind of babysit like that sometimes if you don't have damage anyway. And it gives you a lot of free like saps on someone's trinket, and then you can kind of like make a bomb or a dual play or something. Yeah, I'm just farming dance charges a lot like that. I don't know why my Abyss has been so low the last few games though. Normally I'm getting like way higher. It might. Oh, it's just because I'm on this rogue. I forgot. This rogue's missing like 20% mastery. Because I don't have like any interest in Sod. I've already played it to like level 12-ish. It still just feels like vanilla to me with like 1 or 2 abilities. I don't know. I don't really care about resists and PV and all that. And my viewership was way down when I was streaming it, because people know I'm one of the few people still playing retail, and I don't want to like disappoint people. But I was just giving it a fair shot. But maybe I'll like still do it between shuffle queues sometime. But I also wanted to do a lot of shuffles today because I'm playing in a tournament tomorrow. I was farming every lobby until like an hour ago. The last 2 lobbies have been kind of shit for me. But I was like 6-0ing multiple lobbies in a row at 2-4, 2-5. Like, sub is insane in shuffle right now. But it might just be because I'm on this rogue. Because this is the only rogue that's low rating enough to get a Q pop. Because it's my outlaw rogue. And I don't normally play sub on it. So I'm missing like 20% mastery. Yeah, I'm like 2-4 with 2-5 MMR on EU also. Yeah, the PvP content is just world PvP. With full raid gear. I might just re-roll this helmet back to mastery, even though I lose the socket. I mean, losing 1 vault choice is not the end of the day. You don't lose socket? It did in season 2. Weird. I mean, Crusader's a manlet. If you ever like went to a BlizzCon or something, you know. The only thing I have to worry about is just his roid rage. But he's pretty short. I got the reach on him. UI scale is like 93. If you upgrade from old Spark to new Spark, then yeah, it gets removed. Well, the thing is, it was a season 2 Spark to just this to no Spark, just a normal recraft on the same Spark, and it got removed in season 2. So I recrafted a belt to take the mastery embellishment off. I mean, I don't care what I look like. I wasn't on World Star Hip Hop, you know, domestically abusing my mom. Might still be dead this global. I'm gonna get DB sheeped off this. Why am I in combat? I'm dead because of that. I thought I would get a re off the meld, and then he would just die to bleeds when I get the next sheep shot. The game just decided not to let me re for no reason, and then I got Ice Novid like 4 seconds later. Maybe it was the sepsis proc or something that kept me in combat? I don't know. Still gonna run Thieves? I don't know yet. I did the math, and it basically goes from 40 seconds of cooldown reduction to 24. So... you go from a minute 20 to... like 136 or whatever. I don't think it's like the end of the world. But with the Blades nerf, you basically offset that entire nerf by just dropping Bargain for damage nerf. So I don't know. They work around dual retargeting. I have a macro, but it's kind of clunky. It fucks you over some other times if you press it. But basically, you set them to focus. And then you target your focus, basically, as you duel. Started doing that recently. It's a little faster, but sometimes it fucks up your targeting. Send his duel. Fan the mage out. Sucks that I blades, but... he's trying to do the 2-in-1 on me. I'm trying to sit this. I can't sit it. Blind Rogue when he opens to just let the dragon keep 1v1ing. Then maybe I can just gouge the Rogue and vanish off of it. Actually, I find Rogue. I'll just resap. And I'll blind and maybe get him into mage. I'll swap Rogue if he trinkets, but... not triggering. Kick the Ray. I vanish off that. Sorry, I'm just trinket. We're chilling. I still die off this though. Painted the secret, probably. Oh, he's playing Kyrian. He kills the mage, we're chilling. And the time stop, love to see it. I'm all golden. Oh no, I'm cheap shot for 78 seconds. No. Reason for not playing Secret Tech? I get more finalities, I get more tier set procs. And people that go, yeah, but Secret does big damn if it crits 2 or 3 times in a row with good RNG. Well, what if your Eviscerates crit? I don't know. If you get a tier set proc, it does more than Secret. And you don't have to worry about AoE breaking CC, you don't have to worry about someone trinket cloaking it, or trinket vanishing it, or, you know, melding it, or, you know. There's so many buttons that just make Secret fizzle out and do nothing. And it's more annoying to try to fit it around stun gaps as well. Shouldn't have blinded there. I didn't even get to finish the Observer either. Quarter sap's not worth, but... sometimes I just get bored. I am very fried though. I probably got less than like 20-30 minutes in me. I'm playing at like 10% right now. I was owning the first like 4 hours of the day, but vanilla like completely melted my brain. I can't slow my brain down and then speed it back up. Kick the Feldom. Try to gouge the Feldom after the Rupture fades. Wait, you can Feldom Tyrant summon? Oh no, that wasn't actually faster. Never mind. I'm probably dead here. Try to fake his time. Okay, nice. Get that. Probably dead here. I mean, I used to parse in like Cataclysm, and I was a PvEer like full time in TBC and Wrath. I was like, I did get Duelist in like Wrath just because my teammates dragged me along, like that I raided with, but we just had like full PvE gear. We didn't know what we were doing. We were on a dead server. Like, Kata's when I like actually went to a PvP server and mained PvP, and then I've never looked back really. I don't really enjoy PvE at all anymore. Every expansion, like having to level is just a chore that I like usually do off stream because it's just a better vibe. So I can get it done as fast as possible and out of the way. Because I don't really enjoy any side of PvE. I just only want to play Arena. Like, I'll tolerate like farming a transmog or a mount or something because that interacts how I play Arena. I wish I had more mastery on this character so much though. I'm gonna re-roll the helmet and see if I lose the socket. To keep it. I mean, I guess I should have one outlaw character. The only reason I didn't just log on my orc with actual good gear is because, like, that's the account my classic character was on. But honestly, I logged off classic, so I probably should have just logged on my orc. Yeah, Adrenaline Rush after the gates open and then slice, but yeah. You used to not be able to Adrenaline Rush in stealth, and now you can, so that kind of threw me off. You don't even need to time it. But that was like day 1 patch shit. Forgot to go, or no, I already disarmed, okay. Step after he charges our leaps. Just gonna blind warrior for pre. Maybe you can get a sleep or something. Just going for it. DR cheap so he gets it without tremor. I'll just gouge because he's not going for it. He trinkets? Okay. Pick the lasso. I should have waited till he used the sharpen before I disarm, but he's probably dead this global. Actually, he lives. Love to see it. Somehow my sepsis teleported me mid-dance without even consuming the buff when I had a fucking gouge for that War Mastery heal. That was fucking weird. Could sap Shaman in like 1. I thought this guy would have... I was seeing if this guy was blind. I was throwing to like build kidney. Still killed though, okay. They're pissed. Scammed. Too busy bringing up the stream, literally. He's like, I was the shot. Literally, that's what's going on. I was the shot. ... By the way. My main is just Nahj. But the best character you should look up is Nahj X. Might work. Technically my EU character if it had 4 Ps. My EU is like the highest item level because it got better vaults, but... My main didn't get 4 Ps, and then my orc chose chess piece twice. Because I chose chess piece to turn it into catalyst, and then the next week I got tier chest, and I had to like repick the chest again and catalyst the shoulders. But yeah. It depends if you want blades or not in the opener, but if it's like a no likelihood of being peeled and you're just PvEing 1v1 on like ganking someone, it'd be like blades, cheap, symbol / T, you know, with dance. Unmacroed. Evis, Sepsis, Evis or Secret if you're playing it. And with points, you can do something like, you can go Swift Death if you really want. You can go Secret. You can go Replicating. Like, there's a lot of different variations. I just wouldn't pick Gloomblade. And I think Replicating is only for Shuffle. But I like Pre-Med, I like Weapon Master, and I like First Dance. For, like, the goes where you don't have blades. And it's just in general smoother. Like, for, you know. And then I think a lot of people take Rush Setup, but it's terrible, you don't need it. I might as well just play Recuperator. I macro T with Dance? I would definitely not macro it with Dance. If there's a gun to your head that you have to macro it to something and you like bad habits, put it in symbols. But ideally, like, you should have a bind for it since you lost your Gormaw bind when you play this build. Like, there's kind of a vacancy, you know? Seem fried? It's been a long day for sure, yeah. I got up at like 5 or 6 a.m. because I had to go to like DES about my health insurance. Went an hour early to try to beat the line. So I got up at like 5 a.m. It's been a long day. Then I had to do a bunch of other IRL errands driving around, and then, you know. And then I played Vanilla WoW, which Vanilla WoW fried me more than anything. Because I played some of SOD. Don't know why I still die, I don't know, man. I mean, if you drop sepsis, you can put sepsis where secret is, I guess. But that might not be the best move, because what if they ever do nerf of this, you're probably going to have to re-pick up secret, and then you're going to be like, well, now where do I put sepsis? But, you know, you could do something like that. Then we got Charlie with the Prime as well. Thank you so much, man. Putting this at 22 for the day. Ahead of my alerts, seeing it in the peripheral vision. Thank you so much for the Prime, though. I should move the alerts a little more to the right. I didn't realize how uncentered it was. Subburst is very high. Burst in general is crazy right now. On like Arcane, Windwalker, Enhance. Oh, maybe not Windwalker. Marksman, Sub, DH. Even Ellie can do some crazy stuff. Boomy can do some crazy stuff. Everyone's kind of one-shotting. This was going to be a really dampener season, and then it just ended up very different than PTR. I'm happy, though. I was really worried it was going to be like Omega Damp. Try to gouge the duel. That's awkward. He's dead in the duel. I don't know how the Rogue was immune on Sap DR. And blind DR. I was gonna blind him after I couldn't sap him. Now if I had this blind, I could actually 1v2 them right here. If I didn't waste it. Actually, I got the sap though. He steps so I can get a resap. I appreciate it, bro. Oh, I just get gouged. He still has swap. Try to kick that, but I don't have step. We get swap because they're panicking. Get a clean meld. He figures me out. I'm dead this global. Actually, if the Fan and Knives gave me more combo points, I was gonna kidney that global. And then gouge priest, but I had no dances anyway. Yeah, it's just so boring. Like, when I played vanilla today. I literally got stuck at level 12 for like 2 hours because I like backtracked to get all the ruins I missed and kept dying trying to kill orange quest mobs because I was too lazy to grind for like a whole level. So I was kind of running out of quests that were like actually my level. That was me. I see how it is, man. Alright, we're gonna log on the rogue that actually does damage and get someone new in. Maybe then I'll have more fun. Tired of playing my outlaw rogue with the 80% mastery. Eventually I'll gear a mage, yeah. Since so many people always want to do double rogue and I hate double rogue. I have almost every class kind of leveled. And I have like already 80k honor I can send to my ults. But yeah, I have a DH leveled and a druid leveled. And a priest leveled and a warlock leveled. And a monk. And a hunter. And a ret. I just get bored of playing new classes within like 50 games. I never really contribute to like getting the binds cozy and stuff. Because every other class just feels like I'm reacting and never really in the driver's seat. But I did enjoy playing my mage a little bit in Shadowlands. So maybe I might play a little bit of mage again or a little bit of disc. But mage is one of the only things I don't have leveled. But I mean, that just takes like an hour or two of gold boosting, you know? Favorite alt class? I don't really have one. I just only really like rogue. Because even Windwalker just feels too one dancey, feast or famine, waiting on Serenity. Oh, they did a bad trade. It's the only thing satisfying about Monk was like getting the really, really nice Ring of Peace, where you like knock people into like get a double leg sweep. Like that's super satisfying. And I loved when you could cancel or a roll, but they pruned that for no reason. Like I think that's something that they should definitely return. When you were able to just cancel or a roll, and then you would like roll a short distance, so you could like roll behind evasion to get like a leg sweep. Like that was so fun too. Like I like the little technical things like that. It's part of why I enjoy Shadow Meld so much. Like I wish they would like gut work so like I could just always play Night Elf. And not get annoyed in like sub v sub against an orc. There's so much cool stuff you can do with Meld. My guy just misses the first Q that I invite him for. I see how it is. Need to get the on-use so bad. I wish I bought the on-use on this character for the tournament. So it's definitely better than the dagger. I need to get rid of all this haste. I would have like almost 30% crit. Oh, he did join. This is the world's most hook point computer. Oh, it's UMix? Okay. Yeah, this map, for whatever reason, takes forever for some people. Because it tries to load like the actual zone in the expansion. For no reason. Gonna fan this druid out right here. At least he opens on me for no reason while the DH is still on a sap. I like that grip actually. We're gonna swap on the Ironbark. We're gonna swap on the Sunward. We got Trinket Trank and Dark. Farm out a couple ruptures here. Still have a big duel window pretty soon. Just have to be a little scared with CDs. This is his main pop. Vanish is calling on me. Oh, it's on him. Just gonna backflip here. I have like the most damn out of this though. How did that gap? Oh, I don't know how that gapped. I'm gonna live because of that, man. I shouldn't have sent duel. That was just me being annoyed. Now I lose my poisons. Can't get worse than that. Yeah. I'm dead this global. Nice swap. Dying through it. I can blind off that into a sap. I'm okay with that fear actually. It helps me stall. We sap that and then we kill. Because the druid's gonna get sapped on his trinket. And then we just kill this guy. Okay. This guy East Coast and my ping's high. I guess that's what it is. Yeah, he's on Illidan. Like, how did I not cloak there? Maybe I can get a re and half sap or sap the DH full. Okay. I have to farm dance for a while. He wastes backflip, that's good. Just get finality real quick. Still farming dance. Get finality rupture on this guy. I kill if I live this. Nope. I mean, actually, he still had trinket. My Lifebound helm greater than the arena helm because you can put an embellishment in it and it's free. You don't spend conquest on it. Because you get 2 trophies for free. And if you do the engineering goggles, then you can't embellish those. So it's nice to get the mastery embellishment and the boots. Can you explain to me how I make the weak aura work for telling me how much time left I got on Subtlety? You would just make one that tracks the buff. Literally. It's the most lightweight one you could do. You would just be like display icon, fallback icon, type Subtlety, you'll see the icon, go to trigger, aura name Subtlety. And on aura found. And I guess you could do %S? No, that's stacks. Forget where the timer is then. Oh, enable swipe. You check this. Forgot to go disarm, but it's fine. Yeah, I've just got no Zerker. Guy just rage trinkets a gouge. Gold to intervene. Get trinket trank here. He doesn't trank, he dies. JK, he just sits it for no reason. Take the clone there. I'm gonna blind my dot off to get a sap, even though the Trents are out. I think I still get this, because the Trents are healing him and not the warrior. JK. Thundered running into that. I would have liked to get more than just a parry, but... Gouge for a fear. He Blade Storms my shit because I'm bad. We didn't get the fear somehow. Cheap shot for him to get it. Big T of this. Going DFA for fun, even though Bargain is infinitely better. DFA port. Or not. Got Swamp and Ray. Gonna cloak a lot of this portal damage and bolt. Nice sphere. TFA's port. Dude, this guy just never ports. It's ridiculous. This is a horrible sepsis because I'm not dancing or anything with it. I might just be dead here. Literally defensive kidney without dance. I can't stop anything else. I don't know if we needed to paint sub because I already made it back to the pillar. Okay. That was our last paint sub too. It's fine though. We can do a gouge fear in like 5 when I have stun DRs back. I can actually just sap priest. Oh, he gets combat back. Okay, we're just gonna gouge. We're gonna stun the pet to stop. And I just give the guy cog. Probably getting coiled. I'm gonna try to DFA the coil. I don't get it, but hopefully he gets me out of this. Nope. Deuce. Gouge that. Probably shouldn't have gouged, just because gouging for fear was probably better. But I guess I can kidney and then blind if he doesn't get there. Just blind. Hopefully he gets my fear. It's triple DR actually. I get my sap. Try to DFA coil out of this. DFA to coil. Kick bolt. Vanish that just to be annoying and avoid the portals, I guess. We'll stun into a fear here. Kick bolt again because of the vanish CDR. Cloak aggro. Okay, DFA was actually kind of value there. That was the only game I didn't feel fried today. Even, except for the first two. DFA's port, and he just doesn't port at like 20%. That fried me a little bit. What were you linking, Seavarks? My bot gets people for links. Imgur Arcane. Is it you one-shotting someone? Let me permit you. Link it again. Oh, is that why you were busted? Okay. I know that's how the Druid one was too, right? Where it was 100% effective and not 50. Oh, it got hot fixed? They fucked you over in the tournament? Or is that just a Tuesday thing? Gee, that's down bad. I thought you were the only class that could compete with Subrook. Well, at least they didn't hotfix my nerfs, shit. I'm sorry, man. I thought you had a couple more days. Are you playing in that, by the way? I actually don't know. I know me and Calver are the only Subrooks, but... Looking good? Thanks, man. DFA coil? Let's do it. Oh. And he got the life pick on that. Yeah, he gets on arcane though? Oh, nice. Kick the tyrant, kill the obelisk. Gonna cloak here anyway. Can you heal her into a blind? Stun the tyrant. I'm gonna gap the healer. I won't be able to sap that now. Vanish that fear. Maybe I still get a sap. Copium. Nope. Kick him again though. To a gouge. DFA is coil in a sec. Oh, I got micro CC'd so I couldn't do it. I knew he was gonna press it the global, it came off CD too. Bomb to maybe get a sap. I need 1 more second on DR. Get the full sap. Can you this guy? How do they all not let me DFA their port? Like they all wait like 2 seconds after. No one plays DFA, man. Just let me look cool. This guy missed his shadow freight. I might be dead here. Got away from the pet. Stun the Felguard off me because that's their best player. It's not even the tyrant. I felt so bad for Thesha today. So I've been having to play my Outlaw Rogue with no mastery in Shuffle because it's my only character low enough to get a Q pop. Even though it's missing like 20% mastery. And then I got Thesha in one of my lobbies today. And then someone immediately rage left the lobby after he waited 3 hours. Like, not even round 1. Like, as soon as they loaded in, they're just like, nah. Not playing SOD for the 30 days of hype. I got to level 12. I was already bored to death and it kind of ruined my day. I was dying to orange quest mobs because I had to backtrack because I only had 1 ruin and I was like, you know, ran out of quests. I just kind of, I don't like eating and bandaging every single mob. It's so boring and slow. I just don't like vanilla. But maybe they'll add arena or something, you know? And when there's like actual add-ons to spoon feed me a little bit better on like where stuff is. Because, I don't know, I hate PvE. And that's the whole point, right? It's not meant to be balanced. You have healing mages and shit. It's just meant to give it at least something to pretend to be fun, even if it's not balanced. Retail has never been balanced. They purposely make it as imbalanced as possible so everyone re-rolls every like 4 months and buys more WoW tokens. Tried to evasion the druid, but 'Get cloned off this. I have not heard the new Pliffy song though. Well, you said with him, not Pliffy, I think. $238. Okay. Is it on Spotify? Usually I don't do song requests, but you know what's up, so. Secret Tech good? I don't like Secret. There's a lot of reasons. I never got to see them live. I was gonna go like right before COVID, but and then I just never lined up again. I haven't been to a show in general since like Diamond Eyes Deftones. that's I think that's the last show I went to. I went to so many concerts as a teenager, and then I haven't gone in like nearly 10 years now. Yeah, the Nahj profile button should be almost everything except for it might not have Arena NPC talk on, because that setting came out after I gave him my settings. But for the most part, it should be. Yeah, sub is the best rogue spec now. I got Opti gifting one over. Thank you so much to Bodhi, the guy who made the add-on, because he has 2 Twitch accounts, Bodify and that one. I don't know if that was RNG or if you singled him out, but either way, thank you for. I love the add-on. Thank you for supporting him. Or is that also you, and this is your 3rd account, and you're trolling me right now? Just gifting yourself? Okay, no. I don't know why some people have multiple accounts, but I'll give them the opener, even though it's bad, especially in sub v sub. I get feared for setup, they're gonna gouge him and get the fear. This guy trinkets aggro. Disarm. Counter strike over to the other guy. JK. Cloak, I'm fine. Was a good fade. Oh, that's a big overlap from us, though. Kick penance in a sec. I'll just kick mind blast, I guess. He doesn't vanish my vanish. Might be GG. Got swap. I probably die off this. I fainted, but he doesn't play secret. I have step disarm actually behind the evage. Brain lagged on that for a sec. Gotta rupture here without max points, just because I want finality. Which I have to just go now. Yeah, with you, Opti, we're at 24 subs for the day and a $10 dono. We're owning. I do like that my viewership was lower when I played SOD, though. I was at like 150 viewers playing SOD, and everyone was kind of sad. And then we go back to Arena, and you guys came back. I'm glad I didn't scare too many people. I just wanted to try it a little bit, but... Yeah, I played a little bit of SOD. I got to level 12, but because I played to level 10 off stream. Yesterday on my day off. While I waited a shuffle queue. So I didn't want to like turn my stream on for just one shuffle. Yeah, I like PvP. I don't really like leveling and all that stuff. It's really slow. This is a WAD PvP enchant that you can't get anymore. But if you want a purple one that goes really well with the set, you should get Mark of the Shadow Flame. I think that looks even better than like the BFA one. If I could find it. Mark of Shadow Moon, that's the one. This is a good purple. That matches like any purple mod. Oh, I forgot to spec out of Disarm, but eh, fuck it. Get a resap so he doesn't tremor or anything, JK. Pick that. Get coiled immediately on my dance into 3 fears into an earth grab. Stun the Felguard off me. Just farm dance charges on this pet. Try to come back to my healer though after all that. He gets feared. He's gonna gouge the Felguard off me. The Felguard is the real tyrant in permanent. This tyrant's actually not that scary anymore. Evasion the Bladestorm on the pet. I need to make a weak ward to track that Bladestorm. When in doubt, you know, when you're old, just get a billion weak wards. Reports because I'm just bad. A little scared here. We're doing good on mana though. I'm gonna Vis for finality's sake, even though I don't have full points. I'm going out there even though it's risky. He's gonna port the global A, like gouge the shaman. It's not good to do cheap shot fear just because he can thunderstorm. Yeah. Eventually I'll get to play the game. This is like one of the worst maps besides Blade's Edge to chase a Warlock on Mooga Booga. This map is just fucking dumpster fire. They literally made a checklist of everything we hate. Oh, do they hate stairs and Z-axis? Yup. Do they hate rooms? Yup. Do they hate gigantic, weird, awkward, rectangular pillars that aren't a pillar? Yup. You can't make a worse map than this if you tried. It's like if Tolvaron had like a bastard, you know, incest baby with Tolvaron and Blade's Edge Arena. I get a re and I sap that. Or he just stays combat for no reason, that's fine too. Killing this guy through wall. Eventually I'll move my character. We're going soon. I have a big window to kill really soon though too. I just died as global, I think though. Ultimate penance. Doing some work. Kill with duel and blades very soon, but I don't think I live that long because he's full feared still. I have Crimson Vial in like 1. Dance literally for the healing. Blind Shaman on the lasso. Blades cheap shot. JK just ports for the 5 billionth time, man. Rest in peace, my blades and dance, because I had to use it all defensively. I have cloak back, but we just have literally 0 mana. Gouge the pet to bandage. They're at 80% mana because Demo is also just a double healer class. Rest in peace, my blades. Try to duel the healer defensively. Pre-ports my step on accident, man. I hate this game. Oh, why are this? Like, imagine being like, I'm gonna queue Demo healer in 2s. That's as cringe as playing sub healer. That's as cringe as playing any DPS healer. What can they do to change this arena? Or completely delete it. There's no fixing this arena. This guy just has a fetish of like, I'm never gonna actually play the game. I need to let my pets kill them. Like he's just having the time of his life, being like, yep. I haven't attacked them in minutes. I'm gonna blade star my pet on auto, even though it's in a route. Also, I should just be killing the pet, especially because I have leeching poison. They have no trinkets. I have like 1 more go where I can actually just cheese them and they won't know. He like pre-ports, but he doesn't know. He wasn't up the target. JK Shadow Fury in the duel, XD. Should have been going Shaman all along, to be honest. It was just he's orc and the other guy's not. I'm dead this global though. I'd vanish in 1 second. Shadow Finishers is fixed, and the teleport works now. Gore build just sucks now. You basically have your eviscerate damage to be reliant on Cold Blood and Gormaw that aren't available every single go. If I look at healing done, the Warlock almost out-healed his Shaman. He did almost 5 million healing. For some reason, the spec above the nameplate is not working. Probably, I'm not using the Nahj UI script anymore. Just take that off too. Because everything that's in the Nahj UI script is in the new add-on. Not classic 6, true. Oh yeah, I was also disarm on accident that game. If I had bargain, I could have ran up them way harder. Forgot. Opinion on solders? It's something new. I judge solders way less than I judge vanilla people that are actual PvPers. If you're a PvEer and you play vanilla, I don't care. You do that kind of stuff all the time. You can play easy mode with no difficulty scaling, you know? And engage in your political parsing, you know? But PvPers that like to just, you know, jump ship and go to classic, I definitely judge. I mean, for vanilla. For Wrath, I don't judge them at all. It's got better class design, it's just I'm not willing to do that much PvE and deal with RNG to have the better class design. Saw talent tree, I'm just going improve Sinister Strike. I'm only like level 12. That's it. And whatever runes I could find, because you can have up to 3 runes. But yeah, I just don't really to me it felt like 90% the same thing as vanilla. You just have 1 or 2 extra abilities, and maybe they're gonna add like 1 or 2 actual raid and dungeon mechanics, but it's still basically just vanilla. Because there's no arena, you still have to get PvE gear. It's incredibly, incredibly slow. You're still bandaging and eating every single mob. I don't know. Vanilla PvP isn't fun. I mean, if you like your saps and stuff breaking for no reason, and RNG coming out of stealth because you sapped someone, and you're blind and sap and gouge deciding to break for no reason to heartbeat, and then half your abilities resisting, and then the other half just being random potions and engineering items to being like, you know, half of your 20 keybinds. Sure. I cannot proc a crippling on this guy. Got trinket life swap. He doesn't get faded on the fear. Love to see it. Kick the dark penance and disarm the other guy. I'll vanish, I guess, because he has no trinket for this. I mean, it was just designed around people that had 500 ping and, you know, 4 FPS. And it was meant to be the casual MMO, you know? Everyone was worried about, like, EverQuest and stuff. And then the sad thing about hardcore is people used to do hardcore WoW 10 years ago with no gear on, called the Iron Man Challenge. It's not a very difficult video game. All that matters is that you're patient, not that you're like you do your rotation well or your mechanics. Everyone just stays in a group. They do green quest mobs. You know, they out level any content, no risks. You have bank alts that, you know, send you BOEs and profession items and extra bag slots and then half the streamers just get mob tagged. They don't even play the game. I don't really get it, man. But at least SOD's a little different. That's why I was okay to maybe test it, just to see how different it could be. Because I like the idea of what it could eventually be if they ever announced like an expansion to it. As long as they ever grow up and say, hey, vanilla's dog shit and remove resist. Or at least keep resist only in PvE and just make it not apply to players, you know? I mean, Wrath has better class design. It's just, you have to put in hundreds of hours of raiding and hundreds of dollars worth of gold to have a playable character, and then, God forbid, you want an alt. It's just not a very accessible game. And it's just completely solved and figured out, and it doesn't really ever change. If you like playing HPAL Warrior 2s or HPAL DK 2s, sure, you've been enjoying the last 2 years. It's really all that the expansion is. Outside of the occasional disc rogue running away for 40 minutes straight, or like, you know, the occasional SP rogue, or like Min Poike and then playing like boomy double DPS. Like, there's a couple people actually trying to play the game to have fun, but for the most part, people just play what's solved. You'll just see like a degenerate preg player like running in, you know. Everyone has like 10 plus pieces of PvE bis. Back in the day, people would play like B tier comps without PvE gear and still be able to get Glider rank 1. But nowadays it's just like, nope, these are like the 4 comps that are playable, and you know. It's just not for me. But I'm still gearing Wrath every week in case I do want to play it, I don't know. But I'm like months away from having playable gear. Still have like an Honored Rep ring, no ICC gear, the 245 Death's Verdict, no tier 2 PvP weapon yet, and a bunch of Furious gear. And I'm a Night Elf. I do no damage. But it's not for my rotation or trying. But I do think the old class design is way better. Anything pre-Legion has infinitely better class design. It's just I value being able to actually play the game without selling my soul more than I value class design. Because at the end of the day, solved class design, even if it's better, is still boring. Yeah, priests get to have fun. They barely have any PvE gear. I say as people who loves to play WoW don't want to play other games or can't see any good games. Well, the problem is they just split the player base too much. If it was just one retail versus one, like if Season of Discovery was an addition to Wrath, and they just killed vanilla, and it was just retail versus classic, and they went RuneScape, you know, mode of just like everyone votes on changes and, you know, very community focused. That would have been great. But you can't really have, okay, here's classic hardcore, okay, here's classic normal, okay, here's, you know, classic that resets all the time, okay, here's Wrath, okay, you know, here's Season of Discovery. Like, you can't, like, split the player base in 6. And then the retail is already divided amongst itself for, solo queue versus normal queue. It's just too divided. Resap that. Stays combat for no reason. Heading the pet blade storming. Evasion in 1 second, but I'm just dying. Yeah, I've been streaming for almost 8 hours, so this might be my last game. But I also have an auto ad coming up in 2.5 minutes, and I don't have a snooze. So I gotta speedrun this game. But if the auto ad goes off, I said last game 2 hours ago, I know. I just felt bad. So I got like a shuffle pop, and then like the guy waited on my shuffle. And I was like, fuck, this guy waited. I'm not gonna just like dip after he waited, man. Then I queued a couple more. Then I was like, I need to end on some good wins, and I hate playing my Outlaw Rogue, and then I logged on my fucking Orc Rogue. Shuffle queues on this character are like an hour, or not on this one. On my Outlaw are like an hour, because it's my lowest rogue, but all my other ones are like multi-hour queues. So once you get to like 2.5, it's like unpoppable. Hit that. Blind if he gets thunderstorm. Blind. He MC'd. I won't be able to get the sap because of the MC. I'll gouge though. that. Do a gouge. The Sepsis Shadow Strike teleport doesn't want to work on the Healing Tide. I got to Shadow Strike to this guy though. Building Slice and Dice and Finality Rupture real quick while I farm Dance Charge. We're doing okay on mana, surprisingly. Kick the Meatball. Kill the Tremor. Alright, this has to be lethal here. Blind off that. Clear sap. Resap. Visiting him on 20% HP and deep dampening. Gouge the Ore Mastery heal. Step kick after the War Mastery heal ended. Trying to kite a little bit until I have Vanish in 4 and then I can make a big push. I have Blades, everything for it. Going through AMS. Step kick that. And do a gouge. If I can get in front. We're dead this global though. Actually, he lives. Getting out of that. I think he has Thunderstorm though. He trinkets. I have Sepsis, but I don't know if I want to press it. Kick the guy again because he's a soccer ball. We are literally and he's at 50 mana. I duel defensively, I guess. The AMS. Got the fear somehow. I'm gonna Sepsis to maybe go for a sap. Nope. Use the free thing on the cheap shot since I have no dance charges. Continue this guy. Gouge off that. Go for the dub here, actually. T, Big Abyss. Another Big Abyss. Blind DK maybe to live? I don't know. I think I have to blind DK. It breaks. Well, one thing goes wrong. I don't know my win condition anymore. Guy pre-AMS is aggro for no reason again for like the 500th time this game. The IBF's aggro, even though he's not even stunned yet. Alright. Can't add on a loss. I'll do one more. Fuck. Yeah, I did. I just changed them all to the text-based ones because I feel like it takes up less space. I was hoping they just nerfed Blades, so I'm happy with what we got. I thought they were gonna nerf Abyss, so. Trying to DFA his port, but that's how it goes. I don't want to end on a loss, and then you queue a game and you win in the opener, and it's like, fuck, I don't want to play a game that didn't count. But I think I'm gonna end it there either way. I love you all. Thank you so much for the dono and the subs. 24 subs today. We're at 417 overall. Then we got mixed with the tier 1 as well. Putting us at 25 for the day. As I'm getting off, thank you so much, man. One more to end on a loss. No. I saw the nerfs. I think they're pretty fair. That was anticlimactic, but I think I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna find someone to toss a raid over to. Is there anyone actually playing Arena? Sod. It looks like Nick the Rogue might be playing the game. On his boomy. Nick the Boomy. We'll raid Nick. GG's, guys.